to get to the meeting. And we should be underway in just a couple of minutes.
Okay. Everybody's here yet? Counselor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
Yes. I move this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll call the regular meeting to order. We'll have a moment of silence. Ms. Thomas?
roll call. Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Here.
Counselor Hill,
Here.
Counselor Payne,
Here.
Counselor Snook,
Here.
Okay. And is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Counselors, are there any announcements?
There are many.
Okay, we have the boards and commission opportunity to make announcements there just a little bit.
All right, so that's that
Okay.
one.
Okay,
I have three other ones.
okay,
Business owners, please join the Office of Economic Development in crafting practical solutions to help with economic recovery in the city. The recovery roadmap process begins this week with the virtual meeting options on both Wednesday and Thursday. To register, please visit www.charlottesville.gov/econdev. That's ECONDEV. Or call area code 434-970-3110. And that's to take part in the recovery roadmap process. Second announcement is Mr. Alex Zan is running a competition, the 7th Area Student Contest, Focus on Helping Others. Charlottesville, Central Virginia students in grades K through 12 are encouraged to participate in the upcoming My Help List contest starting on Monday, March 15th, today, 2021, and running through Friday, April 23rd, 2021. The contest is an extension of Mr. Alex Zan's Yes, You Matter initiative by Charlottesville author, song producer, and award winner, Mr. Alex Zan. To enter the contest, students from a school or homeschool in the Charlottesville, Albemarle, and surrounding counties are eligible. They must be one in 150 words or less, share in writing, it's important to help others because, and 2, list 5 things you have done to help someone or can do to help someone. There will be 4 winners chosen by selected judges. The winners will be from K through 2nd, 3rd through 5th, 6th through 8th, and 9th through 12th. And they will win a cash prize. Winners, families, and sponsors. Winners will be announced on NBC 29 and alexan.com. All letters and responses can be mailed or dropped off at Jones Heating and Air, 633 Rose Hill Drive, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. This contest is centered on students to focus on the importance of character, personal responsibility, and helping others. Contest sponsors are Dr. Bengal Page, Attorney Bruce Maxa, Dave Chapman, Sheriff James Brown, JF Bell Funeral Services, Lynn Fox, Pat and Al Pace Realty Associates, Johnny Bates, and partner WVIR Channel 29. The Mr. Alex Zan Virginia A. Gatewood My Helpless contest is coordinated by Mr. Alex Zan. For more information, call 434-202-0773 or email alexzan, that's Z-A-N, at i-c.net or visit alex-zan.com. Third announcement is the Climate Collaborative C3 is evaluating transportation modes that are cleaner and less harmful to the environment and to our health in Charlottesville and Albemarle. The first step is understanding the community's needs around transit. The first step in understanding the community's needs around transit is hearing from the people in the community. C3 is currently asking people to take a 7 to 10 minute survey to help hear from people in the community and how the public transit could serve them better. The results will help produce a report identifying the barriers to mobility faced by residents of our region, highlighting the benefits of an equitable expansion of transit ridership, and show how investing in transit and complementary areas, such as active transportation, can benefit our community socially, economically, and environmentally. Add your voice for a stronger, more equitable transit system today by going to theclimatecollaborative.org and click on the blue banner at the top of the page. Survey takers will have a chance to win one of 16 $20 cash prizes until March 28th. The Climate Collaborative is also looking for focus group participants who will be paid $25 for a 60-minute meeting. And again, that is theclimatecollaborative.org. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any announcements from anyone else? No? All right. Next up, we have recognitions and proclamations. And Mr. Bowles, are we going to turn it over to you for recognition of Diane Kuknio's retirement from the Department of Social Services? You're on mute.
Trying to get to it.
Okay.
I actually didn't have anything for this, but we can. I think we could schedule it for the next meeting if that would be okay with council.
Keena, did this come to me?
No, it was me.
Okay.
Yep, I thought there was yeah.
We do have something, but we didn't get it coordinated.
So the order is in the office.
Yes, we've actually got the recognition here.
Yes. Okay. And Diane, are you on?
I don't see her, Mayor Walker.
See her. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, all right. So we'll just do this at the April 5th.
Thank you.
Or it may be best to do it at one of our work sessions because I know it isn't the 31st her last day.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And Diane, the intention was amazing. We appreciate your service, and we want to make sure that, of course, you're here when we do, recognize you. But I had a great conversation with her, and she has a lot of things. Hopefully, COVID will there will be less risk associated with it and planned. So I'm looking forward for us to be able to honor her. So we'll do it before she leaves.
Great. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the boards and commission appointments.
All right, counselors, I make a motion that the following be appointed to our boards and commissions. The Board of Architectural Review, Robert Edwards. The Community Development Block Grant Task Force, Helen Sporkin. The Charlottesville Economic Development Authority, Jonathan Chasin, Jiraiya Guerrero, and Reid Thompson. The Housing Advisory Committee, Phil Duranzio and LD Perry. The Retirement Commission, Ben Cullip. The Tree Commission, Jeffrey Atten, Victoria Metcalf, and Jean Umaker Seabuck. The Vendor Appeals Board, Frank Fountain. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right.
Mayor Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Okay. And Vice Mayor McGill, you had a few announcements.
I do regarding boards and commissions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The clerk's office is now accepting applications for the Board of Zoning Appeals. This opening has one full-time member and two alternate members. The board members are appointed by the Circuit Court, and the deadline to apply is March 31st. Currently, we're also accepting applications for the Police Civilian Review Board that has an opening for a community representative. Eligible candidates shall either be residents of public housing at the time of their appointment or come from historically disadvantaged communities that have traditionally experienced disparate policing. Qualified applicants must reside in the city of Charlottesville and may not be employed by the city. This application deadline is earlier than others, which is also April 12th. Additionally, we have a number of boards and commissions who are looking for participants in the upcoming cycle. There will be more information at charlottesville.gov. These are, we know the CRHA, the Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority, will have 2 upcoming vacancies. MACA is looking for representatives. Region 10 is looking for a representative. The Housing Advisory Committee needs a very specific representative representing the development community. The Community Policy and Management Team requires a parent representative and a private provider representative who currently live in the Charlottesville city. Social Services has 3 vacancies. And Social Services Board would particularly like people who have at a point in time received social services in their life and received benefits of some sort from social services to apply to lend their voice to this. The sister cities, we are specifically again looking for Charlottesville residents, one who represents the business district and is a business representative, and the other who is a youth representative in Charlottesville. The Vendor Board of Appeals has 1 vacancy, and the Youth Council has multiple vacancies. I believe that is all of them for now.
Okay, thank you. All right, up next, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Number 1, minutes, February 1, 2021, closed and regular meetings. Number 2, appropriation, additional state funding for adoption assistance, $600,000, second reading. Number 3, appropriation, Virginia Transit Association Free Transit Fare for Working Families Grant, $180,750. Second reading. Number 4, appropriation. COVID homelessness emergency response program, CHIRP. Homelessness Management Information System Grant Award, $29,786. First of 2 readings. 5, appropriation. COVID homelessness emergency response program, CHIRP. Grant Award, $806,594. First of 2 readings. 6, resolution. Community Development Block Grant, Ridge Street Priority Neighborhood Improvement Project recommendations, 1 reading. 7, resolution. FY 2020-2021 Minor Action Plan Amendment Home Investment Partnership Program, 2020-2021 Habitat for Humanity Contingency Plan, 1 reading.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, are there any questions?
No, I'm happy to make a motion.
Well,
Oh yeah, we're doing community matters, sorry.
yeah. Mr. Willow, would you check to see if there's anyone who would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda?
We have about 44 people in the audience right now. If you'd like to speak to council about one of those items that the clerk just read, please click your raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press star 9. Each person will have up to 3 minutes to speak about one of those specific items to City Council. First up with her hand raised is Karen Reid. Karen, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Like you said, my name is Karen Reid, and I am speaking to request that the city pools open this summer. I, along with my husband, have lived in Charlottesville for 17
Oh,
years.
Ms. Reid,
Yes?
this, so the community matter section will be coming up shortly. This is
Oh.
just for items that the clerk just read.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
And I had a quick question for Aaron regarding the speed limit signs. Because there were a lot of requests for that area. How was it determined that there was excessive speeding? You're on mute, Aaron.
Hi, sorry. So Brennan Duncan may be able to help answer this question.
Yeah, Mayor Walker, Brendan Duncan, City Traffic Engineer. There have been a few traffic studies, speed studies that were done on that section over the last 5 to 10 years, and all of them really showed that there's a speeding issue on Old Ridge Street. So we're just using those old studies to justify that there is a speeding problem and try and adjust it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Attack. That was the only question I had. All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Snook.
Yes.
Sorry, Councilor Payne. Councilor Snook. Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it carries 5-0. Next up, we have the city manager response to the community matters. Mr. Boyles.
Thank you, Mayor. While we didn't have any specific informational items requested from the last council meeting, I do have some updates regarding city operations that I know we've been asked in the past about. Parks and Recreation Department has a schedule and a plan for beginning to open up facilities and activities for the summer. Baseball fields are already receiving some league play, and with 2 weekends of activity, we're reporting 100% compliance review for the safety measures by both the participants, the players, and the spectators. Other facilities are scheduled on a staggered opening schedule we're trying to accommodate the safety and the delayed hiring of staff with facilities or being opened at different times and allowing our staff to identify both the opportunities as well as concerns with each of those sites. The two biggest requests that we have seen are the baseball fields, which are now open, and the swimming pools, which will begin to open over a staggered schedule beginning in late May. Washington Park is the first to be scheduled with a proposed opening date of May 29th. Summer camps are already being scheduled at the school facilities to begin in June. What we can't begin to open until state regulations change are the aquatic center at Honesty and the water spray grounds at our parks. Those are because of the phase that we're in with the state. This is something our Parks and Rec are working very closely on, getting all of our employees, both part-time and full-time, have already been vaccinated, as well as putting in more types of safety and control measures. By staggering the opening of these, it allows us to experience and see what works and what doesn't work, with the biggest concern that we have, and another reason for staggering facility openings, are the staffing levels. We're a little concerned that we won't be able to be fully staffed for the spring and summer, in which case facilities would not be able to open without the proper staffing. The other thing is, to meet the safety measures, we're having to add new positions just to be able to control those that may be waiting for their reservation times, as well as confirming temperatures and all safety measures are met. So Parks and Rec is moving forward with a very organized and well thought out plan. The other thing I did want to let you all know about that came up a couple of meetings ago regarding the Sacagawea statue on West Main. That request for information has now closed, and we do have 9 informational responses that we received. Staff will take these informational responses, do a review, and then come back to council with a recommendation of how to move forward with the removal of that statue. And that's all that I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Boyles.
Sure.
For that. And my comment is pretty consistent and the same here. I think, we laid off those employees back in the fall, which is why we're having staffing levels now with full-time and part-time people having access to the vaccine. We need to make sure that the temporary staff has the same access. And we have to keep in mind that for these programs to be up and running, we have to hire new staff or rehire the old staff. And I hope that we keep in mind that those are individuals who probably will come back because they're the lowest wage earners in the city. So I'm sure they needed this job. We received some of the emails from people who haven't done well since they haven't had that source of income. But it's that conversion that's even on our plan of just one group of temporary workers. We really need to look at that strongly because they will also need access to health benefits. And so that should be a top priority just as we are phasing in the operations part of it, the people who are going to run those operations, we need to make sure that they're safe. And so I'm just going to have a lot of comments over. We just received this a little while ago, and I thought that it was a draft, but I just think we need to just make sure we take care of our employees.
Certainly, Mayor, and we're taking all of that into account and have heard you very, very loud and clear. And we are working not just with the Parks and Rec. We have some of the same conditions between our part-time and temporary workers and some of our other departments, such as transit and others, that we want to make sure that we make these improvements across the board. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. And I know that, and Mr. Williams has been advocating to make sure throughout the pandemic that his employees are the first priority. So I've been monitoring that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, next up we have community matters, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. City Council will now hear from up to 16 people for up to 3 minutes each. And we had 8 people sign up in advance. The first of those is Kate Farley, who will be followed by Roy Vandoorne. Please keep in mind that at this opportunity, Council is not taking input on the tax rate or the budget. Those have separate public hearings tonight. So our first speaker is Kate Farley. Kate, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, it's nice to see your faces. I'm looking forward to coming in person soon. But hello, City Council people and Mayor Walker and City Manager Boyles. I want to talk about 2 things about the Police Civilian Review Board. The first one is to please hire a board member, and I hope that you all the city will do a broad outreach for that position that needs replacing. And so that a lot of the community will know that that's open again. And the second thing is about the executive director. Because the General Assembly made new laws about what PCRB could do, and we're hoping that the city will approve an ordinance that includes all those responsibilities and jobs. The previous executive director job description didn't reflect all those options in a full way. And so I'm hoping that the city manager will work with the Civilian Review Board folks to revise the job description and then look to hire people that might have those kind of experiences or skills in a sort of broad reach and recruit from a wide area. And let's see, I think that was it. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
If you'd like to get in line to address council, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're watching via Facebook or on the Boxcast stream, you can go to charlottesville.gov/Zoom to register and participate in the webinar. Next up is Roy Vandoorne. Roy, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors and Chip Boyles. I'm the owner of City Select, 1140 East High Street, and part of the leadership team at the Virginia Restaurant Lodging and Travel Association here in Charlottesville. I'm going to modify my comments because of the issue of the budget, but I wanted to bring up a topic that is important, and that is the Convention and Visit Bureau. Due to the reduction in income from lodging in the city and the county, the Convention and Visit Bureau budget will be reduced by about $417,000. And I want to talk a little bit about what that impact is for our industry. That's about 21%. And most of that is going to be about reducing their outbound marketing. Now, while 21% is a significant drop, most of our lodging industry from last March through this February, room revenues were less than 50% for the same period of 2019. Our industry has a very deep hole, a lot of debt, and the only way out is to have a solid marketing effort by our region. It takes years of very hard work to solve this problem. The other issue I want to talk about is the current emergency COVID ordinance. As of today, new COVID cases and testing positivity locally are at the lowest rates since a year ago. For this, we are very grateful. Economic recovery will require there to be a close coordination between business, community, health department, and the governor's office. Conditions are changing, and are fluid. And to succeed, we need to remain nimble and adopt science-based strategies so to ensure that we can recover and begin solutions that are based on a consensus of best practice recovery regulations. The hospitality industry believes that having one set of standards enables us to plan and react uniformly and have one standard that also gives our prospective clients, both local and visiting, clarity about what the rules are. Therefore, I would request that the city and county vote as soon as possible to sunset the emergency COVID restrictions and allow the governor and the State Department to manage appropriate rules and regulations regarding how business should operate in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Karen Reid, who will be followed by Beth Carter. Karen, you're back on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say hello and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to hear the direction it seems like you're going for reopening the pools, and I just wanted to restate my strong belief that the pools and the City Swordfish team need to be open this summer. My husband and I have lived in Charlottesville for 17 years, and we live directly across the street from Honesty Pool on Meade Avenue. For us, the sound of lifeguard whistles and the streaks of delight signal the start of summer. Honesty Pool, along with Wash Park, provide an oasis for all of Charlottesville's children and families. Our pools are a gathering place for all walks of life in our community and are an amazing representation of our entire city. Should the city pools close again this summer, those with ample resources will find their way to one of the many private facilities that are available and open. Those without the resources will face yet another insufferable summer without respite. Not opening the pools will divide our community and burn bridges. It will intensify already heated division among race and class in our city, and it's essential that our pools open for the sake of unity, not just for fun. I have 2 daughters who began swimming with Andrea Ross at age 4, and although they swim year-round for the Y, it's the City Swordfish that they consider their home team. It's at our public pools where they learn the essential skill of swimming, and obviously not just my children, but all the city children who learn to swim at that pool. It's a safety issue. They also learn to take risks, dive deep, and develop lifelong friendships. They forge relationships with coaches and now hope to coach and lifeguard this summer. And last summer, they both my girls missed that opportunity along with all of our city kids who were hoping to coach and took the training and have watched coaches as they've grown up and want to give back in the same way. The opportunity to swim for city allows them to grow and give back as members of our community. And without it, it's not only my children who will miss out. Our CEVA kids have already missed out on so many milestones this year. For Ella and all of our seniors, this summer will be her last as a city swimmer. And I really firmly believe that City Swordfish, again, my kids have swum for them since they were 4 and they're now 17 and 14, is a jewel in our community's crown and that should be cherished and valued. If the private pools are offering summer swimming, our city owes its children the same opportunity. And I'm honestly at this point begging you to allow our swordfish to swim this summer. It's a timely thing. This opportunity for them is short, and it has really shaped my children and all the children that I've seen swim for all of these years. And no other private facility is going to stand up to that. This is the best our town has to offer. Andrea and her crew of lifeguards and coaches really shape the minds and bodies of our kids. So I'm really hoping that you'll consider allowing the City Swordfish to swim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Beth Carter, who will be followed by Michael Cusano, who I don't see on the webinar at the moment. Beth, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Beth Carter, 211 Douglas Avenue, Charlottesville. Thank you for this opportunity to let me speak about the need to reopen our city indoor pools. I've been swimming laps at Crow and Smith Pool for over 30 years now. And as a nurse, I'm well versed in the importance of the COVID precautions and airborne precautions. I also know we need a balance. At this point in the pandemic, it's very important to have an accessible and affordable community health options. People need access to exercise to stay healthy and improve immunity. Swimming is an important exercise option for people with arthritis, decreased mobility, asthma, multiple sclerosis, mental disabilities, pregnant women, and the elderly. Some benefits include it reduces inflammation, builds bone mass, increases mobility and flexibility, decreases blood pressure, decreases anxiety and stress. Swimming is suitable for all ages and stages, and they all deserve access. So my question is why? Why are the indoor pools still closed? We are in phase 3 in the state of Virginia, and Governor Northam has okayed pools to be open. There are clear guidelines, of course, according to the Executive Order 72, page 5. No more than 75% can occupy indoor pools, and there's lots of other reasons that they give to open the pools. The CDC states it's not aware of any specific reports of the virus that causes COVID-19 spreading to people through the water in the pool. The YMCA is open in town. They are giving swim teams are swimming, swim meets are taking place, swim lessons are happening, and lap swimmers are swimming laps. Both of the UVA pools are open and operating. UVA and the Y are swimming options, but costly options at this point. Both the YMCA and UVA have successfully managed to put in place safe COVID guidelines to keep their pools open and the swimmers and staff safe. They have worked hard to do so. Why is it the city can't or hasn't imposed COVID guidelines so the pools can reopen? It seems strange. You should have already been hiring managerial staff, lifeguards, front desk staff, and organized COVID protocols and education. This is already March 15th. You are denying this entire community access to affordable health options, not to mention the ability to maintain a healthy life balance. Please get the indoor pools up and running. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see the next speaker, Michael Cusano, but I'll keep an eye out for that person. And Andrea Ross, you are up next, who will be followed by Lisa Grove. Andrea, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I was tasked to read an email from Catherine Harrell, who is stuck at a soccer tournament. She writes, to the members of the City Council, I am writing to request that the City Council consider reopening the pools and restarting aquatic programs for the 2021 summer season. It is my understanding that there is hesitation from the council in this matter, and I'm asking that you advocate for a summer reopening. Although the threat of COVID-19 remains a concern in our community, there are ways that we can respond and adapt to create safe spaces for kids and families. One of those spaces is the local swimming pool, and many families have depended on the city pools as a resource for not just recreation, but also water safety training. As more and more institutions look for ways to safely operate it, it is time that Charlottesville Parks and Recreation does the same. The CDC has released extensive guidelines to mitigate strategies specifically for local swimming pools. There are several local swim clubs who were able to successfully reopen their pools and restart their aquatic programs, who could serve as a valuable resource. It will take time for city employees to put mitigation strategies in place, and the summer season is fast approaching. Please consider the reopening of the pools a top priority in your agenda. Sincerely, Catherine Harrell, Charlottesville, Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one comment there. I hope that we all were a bit concerned and cautious about the reopening of Parks and Recs program, especially since there's just new information coming out of, the scientific community about the potential for the spread of COVID to stop because of the vaccines, but there's still a lot of questions still up in the air about variants and all of those things. But I think what I'm hearing every speaker fail to understand is that, and Andrea, you know more than any of the previous speakers, that there are, it takes bodies to run these programs. It's so people in jobs, and those people have been fired from their jobs. And I don't think it'll be an issue rehiring people because they need their jobs. But we need to make sure that safety is a first priority, especially for staff that without us advocating for both staff and council, as it's been clear, they were disposable before, that's possible again. So I hope that no matter what is determined to be the right course of action, that we are taking care of people in this process while we are trying to meet the needs and concerns of citizens. Mr. Willer.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Next up is Lisa Grove. Lisa, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. Thank you very much for letting us speak. Mayor Walker, Mr. Wheeler, I don't envy you, your job. I think it's really got to be difficult. I want to speak for the Charlottesville swim programs. I'm a lap swimmer myself. I have an injury from an old car accident that makes it impossible for me to exercise on land, so I choose water. And my son is 23 years old and swam with the city, learned to swim with the city when he was a baby. And then my younger daughter, who's 12 years old, she has cerebral palsy, and swimming is the one activity that she can take part in on sort of a relatively level playing field. I became the president/treasurer of this city swordfish last year, or 2 years ago, during our last season. Last spring, we also raised money because a beloved swimmer, Howard Craddock, died very suddenly, and all his swimmers donated money so that we could fund future swimmers who were unable to pay. So we have almost $1,000 to do that, and I'd love to put it to use. Right now, people who can afford it are going to other places to swim, to the Y, to ACSC, to Price Springs, to Boar's Head, and I'd really hate to lose our community. We managed to keep it going during the drought. I remember we used to bring buckets of water to refill the pools. We also didn't make flip turns because we didn't want to splash water out the pools, and we made it work then. And I really appreciate Mayor Walker's concern about the employees. My son is one of the employees, but he learned how to work while working with the swim team, while teaching students to swim. And he's just been hired as a public school teacher, not in small part because he learned to wrangle children while teaching swimming. And thanks to Andrea. I know baseball is open already. Baseball is only available to boys and to able-bodied children. I really would love to see the pools open. Anything we can do to make it happen. We have a very energetic, motivated parent body, and we'd be thrilled to work very much for your time.
Thank you.
We have one additional speaker who signed up in advance. Then City Council will hear from up to 9 additional speakers. You can click the raise hand icon. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Keep in mind, during community matters, Council is not receiving feedback on the tax rate or the budget. Those both have separate public hearings tonight. Next up is Bill Emery. Bill, you're on the city council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, City Manager Boyles. I left Richmond 50 years ago and moved to Charlottesville. And in those 50 years, Richmond has built a nationally recognized award-winning river park system. In those same 50 years, the city of Charlottesville has allowed an Eagle Scout to build a set of stairs to the river, which washed away in like 2006. Then 5 years ago, the city allowed a nonprofit and a local businessman to build a new set of stairs to the Rivanna, which washed away this past November. I don't know whether any of you guys have been to Riverview Park or to the green belt, the little walkway along the river since COVID arrived, but there's just an amazing variety of Charlottesville citizens who use that resource every day. I would say that you look at the capital, the city has invested in parks and pools and stuff like that. Riverview Park has been doing the best job, but it's, sadly, it's actually suffering from all the love and attention it's getting now. But, the access to the river has been a recurring topic from the Rivanna River Basin Commission back in 1998 to starting in 2014. And as Mr. Boyles is well aware, the TJPDC has been trying to get the city and the county to work together on the river corridor. COVID has, put all that to rest temporarily. But, what is so hard about building a stairway to the river so someone with a disability can hobble down without falling? It's a steep bank, it's slippery, it's muddy. We have a 3.7 mile waterfront in the city. That's a swimming pool, 3.7 miles long, and not a single place for a parent and child to walk down to the river. Not a single set of stairs and a handrail to get to our primary natural asset. So I really hope that you guys will get in touch with whoever does this kind of work other than the Boy Scouts and nonprofit groups and get something done. And please do it before much more time passes. And I'm sorry, but I gotta say, I am the city citizen who's on this Rivanna, whatever it is, corridor commission, but our last meeting was August 2019, so we've definitely been asleep at the wheel as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, I don't see the other speaker who signed up in advance, so we'll go ahead into the next part of the group. First up is Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by John Howard. Tanisha, you're on with the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
You all hear me okay?
You're a little faint.
Can you hear me?
That's a little better.
Okay. So, listen, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but listen, that sounds like a lot of privilege asking for these pools to be open, not taking into consideration the people that have to work in these facilities who may still have, who still can get COVID, right? But where was the same energy when people wanted the outside parks open for Black kids and Black neighborhoods to play basketball? That's the first thing on my mind after listening to everybody speak on why the pools need to be open. That's number one. Number two, I sent a message downtown to Mr. Boyles. He responded partially to my email because I had some other concerns about last council meeting when you all were going over the budget. Now, we know that this budget was just as conservative, if not even more conservative than the budget that was presented by former leadership. But there was no hype or no energy from you folks. I can't stress this enough, and I'm not going to give up on saying that this is an issue of race all the way around. I think we can clearly hear that just by you all allowing people to put pressure on you to open up outdoor facilities and open up the parks and rec facilities. That's coming from people of privilege and people with money. because you didn't have that same energy when Tonsler Park was closed and the Black children wanted to play basketball. Even when the parks were closed, I was riding through Northeast Park and people were still putting their babies on the swings, even when the parks were closed during the beginning of COVID, this time last year. So see, I need you all to have the same energy and the same height. Lift your head up, Heather, talking to you. Because I feel like you're the culprit of a lot of the stuff that goes on. You really are. You try to slide out of it. Y'all try to target the mayor, all four of you counselors, Cena, Heather, Michael, as well as Lloyd. You try to come for the Black people. But who comes for you all when you all gangbanging on the one Black individual in power? Who comes for y'all? Y'all missed that. Y'all missed that. And it's so evident that you four have got together with a plan, and you've been had this plan since May. You've been had it. You've been had it. And now you targeting the mayor. Y'all finding anything you can to push Black people out. Any reason. Any reason. Chip, you the new city manager. What you gonna do about this race stuff that's going on? Because you know it's happening. You know it's happening. That's why you ain't got no assistant sitting up in there, because you didn't even ask the one Black assistant that was there, did she want to stay? Race is huge in this city. Huge. And some of you ran on these platforms that you were so against it. Michael, Cena, yeah, y'all was marching all through the Black neighborhoods. Lloyd, you've been representing Black people, getting them to sign pleas for a long time. You another one.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Do better. Y'all got to do better.
Mayor Walker, next up is John Howard, who will be followed by Pertel Gilmore. John, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us? John, looks like you've unmuted your microphone, but we can't hear you. I'm going to go to the next speaker and we'll give you another shot in just a moment. Next up is Pertel Gilmore. Pertel, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening. I'm sure everyone already know who I am just from, having a relationship, with the movement that we're doing in the city or trying to do in the city. Just for, to remind everyone who's on, on the council and everyone who's listening to please put emphasis on what I'm about to say. Please listen, because certain individuals that I have had a dialogue with, I feel that, we have a few that see the imminent threat of violence that's going to be coming in the neighborhoods in the city. We just had those 2 shootings. I am asking, and I beseech, I use that word heavily, for you to really reconsider doing an emergency fund so I can at least hire 5 workers full-time at Guns Down, Inc., a 501c3 corporation that has goals and aspirations of reducing gun violence in the city. I have one of you counselors, I'm not going to speak their name, but they sent me an email and said that 10 employees was too much for an organization, a 501c3 corporation. That kind of pissed me off, because if you are in a position to be an aid or an asset to the community where you can save lives, money should not be an issue. Employees should not be an issue. And I took offense to that. And what I'm asking you now is to at least consider, and I have a full plan. I've been narrowing this budget down to the point where, is basically bones now. But my goal and my aspirations is to save lives. And if you are in the business of civil leadership, I implore you you have this same zeal, you have this same passion, because just from the other night over West Haven when that little girl was almost hit. This stuff is happening, man. And y'all need to take into consideration to have an emergency hearing about this. Because, and I told, everyone on here, and I respect everyone on this call, even though sometimes I don't agree. But y'all need to take into consideration their lives are at risk, and y'all need to do something about this. I've been beating around the bush. Yeah, I'm out here beating my feet trying to get private funds, but you have the ability and the capacity to do it right now. So I'm asking you to at least allow me to hire 4 of my workers full-time so they can be out here doing outreach work, violence interrupted, and I'm asking for stipends so I can hire the other guys part-time. And this is not a threat, but this is a threat coming from the neighborhoods. Stuff is about to change out there, man. We got our ears to the street all the time. We out there in those hours when y'all can't go out there. And I'm asking y'all to please do something about this. Help me.
Thank you.
John Howard, you lowered your hand. If you want to try again, just click the raise hand icon one more time. Next up is Nancy Carpenter, who will be followed by somebody who's calling in via telephone. Nancy, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. And thank you for the opportunity to address City Council. And I'll try and do 2 things very quickly. My first comment was it is gratifying to see just a little bit of this door opening that closed a year ago for most of us here in the city. One of the things I want you to start thinking about or continue to have the conversations if you've started is that a lot of your boards and commissions need to meet in person. And you also have boards and commissions that have varying numbers of personnel and or volunteers. I wouldn't say personnel, we're volunteers. So if the smaller boards, those that may have 5 or maybe max 7 members at one time, could begin to think about the process maybe in April, or early May to start meeting in person as more and more of us who want to take the vaccine and volunteer for boards and commissions do so, and our immunity levels rise, and we can meet in person, but perhaps not with the public in attendance at that first time, but just to get back to connecting, supporting each other and beginning to do, the work in person. Would love to have you start thinking about that. But I also wanted to address and support what Mr. Gilmore just said, that there's a large contingency of folks that have emailed you and contacted you over the last couple of years talking about ways of moving around funds to the police department, perhaps funding things that the police don't need to do, maybe, moving traffic concerns out or different things. And I think what Mr. Gilmore is asking is those people with a lived experience that can look other folks in the eye and can talk to them honestly and deeply and forthrightly about the violence that is touching down in various parts of the city and be able to be there. Rapid response is what it sounds like. And hopefully during your budget deliberations this year, you might be able to look at a pilot program, because it sounds like Mr. Gilmore has some funding, down as to how the program will run. I'm down to 29 seconds, so thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have a caller via telephone. And if you could tell us your name and place of residence, you've got 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Virginia Level. I'm the chief of the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad. I'd like to thank each of you for the tireless and often thankless work you do for our community, and especially Councilors Hill and Snook and City Manager Boyles, who took the time to meet with us over the last several months. This is something we have in common, a strong desire to serve our community and protect the well-being of the citizens of Charlottesville. Since 1960, our professional, highly trained volunteers have been the primary provider of EMS for the city of Charlottesville. Our volunteers give in excess of 80,000 hours annually to staff the emergency vehicles that respond to over 6,000 medical emergencies and calls for service in the greater Charlottesville area. We consistently exceed the established response time benchmarks while providing patient-centered and evidence-based medical care for the individuals who entrust us with their lives. Our members are physicians, lawyers, nurses, students, and enthusiastic community members who invest their time into their passion, saving the lives of strangers, and in so doing, serving their community as volunteers and saving taxpayers millions of dollars in salaries and equipment. Some of you may recall I stood before you with Chief Baxter from CFD 4 years ago and presented an MOU that would provide CARS with operational funding in exchange for our participation in revenue recovery. For the last 3 years, CARS has run more than 70% of the calls for service for which the City of Charlottesville collected payment. This represents more than $1.1 million a year that our volunteers bring into the city's EMS system in direct dollars. However, to date, we have never received the operational funding laid out in the MOU, receiving back less than half of the money we bring in each year and resulting in deficit budgets that, despite the generosity and support of our donors, cannot be bridged by donations and grants alone. These deficits threaten our ongoing existence as a reliable, trustworthy, punctual public service organization. We have spent down our endowments on the promises of previous fire chiefs and city managers that next year they would make it right and correct the errors that have left us underfunded by 40 to 50% annually. The physical, psychological, and financial burden of COVID this year has made what our volunteers do that much more impressive and challenging, and yet we've consistently demonstrated an increased level of staffing over the last year. CARS has shown up for our community when they needed us the most. Tonight, we ask you to show up for us. We, you and I, and all of us in this virtual room, and those who live and pay taxes in this community have the same goals: for CARS to continue protecting and caring for the citizens of our community in a way that is fiscally responsible and respectful. CARS represents a savings to the community of over $2.5 million a year in volunteer labor and resources alone and places no burden on taxpayers. We are asking tonight that the city fulfill the terms of the MOU to include fully funding the CARS operational budget from the revenue generated by our volunteers. Additionally, we respectfully ask that you consider using a small amount of the CARES money the city is receiving to help cover the one-time and capital expenses that allow us to safely and efficiently provide care to our community. Thank you for your time this evening and for your generous service to our community.
Thank you.
Next up is John Howard, who joins us now via telephone. John, can you hear us? And if so, you've got 3 minutes with council.
Hello, Brian. Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and apologize for the microphone failure. Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and city manager. My name is John Howard. I'm the president of the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad, or CARS. CARS has served Charlottesville for the last 60 years, since 1960. All of our providers are volunteers who provide emergency medical services coverage for the city and county 24 hours a day, every day of the year, working with both City Fire Department and Albemarle County Fire Rescue to do that. We are proud to serve our community this way, and we are looking forward to continuing to serve the community in the next 60 years. In 2017, the city and CARS signed a memorandum of understanding when CARS joined the cost recovery program. That program generates funds from compassionate billing for EMS services. More than 70% of all EMS calls that are billed through the city are run by CARS volunteers. We signed the MOU in part to guarantee funding of our operational budget. Our operational budget for fiscal year 22 will be $900,000. Our fundraising efforts are used to cover the capital one-time costs that are not part of that operational budget. We believe that the replacement value of our work would be about $2.5 million. Our operations generate $1.1 million in revenue. Per the memorandum of understanding, the rest of that money goes to the city to fund the city's EMS operations. We receive nothing from city tax monies. We are a good deal for the city. This year, as has happened for the last 3 years, the city will not provide our operational budget. And in fact, the city has never provided more than 60% of our operational budget since we entered into the memorandum of understanding. This year, we are looking at a $450,000 shortfall, or approximately half of our operational budget. CARS cannot continue to run a 50% deficit. We ask that the city fulfill the terms of the memorandum of understanding and fund the CARS operational budget from the revenue that CARS generates. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our 13th speaker is Robin Hoffman. Robin, you're on with the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I have been vaccinating at the 5th Street with CVS, but some of the concerns for the people that are still not being able to get an appointment is what I'm trying to share this evening. So one of the people who did complain, so to speak, even though he got a shot, said that they were wondering if the city and Blue Ridge Department of Health are coordinating, as well as CDC and the FDA in terms of side effects and that sort of thing. Because it seems like everybody is working by themselves and not sharing information and feedback and that sort of thing. And then the second thing, I want to tell a little story. I was going on my bike to get the paper this Sunday, and I stopped at the Shell station. The cashier was freaking out. He had just been approached by somebody. He is white. The person who came into the store was white. There were a couple, and they didn't have a mask. So this cashier said, you need to go out, get your mask. And they said, we have a gun. And he said, I don't care. So go get your mask. So they went out and they got their mask, and they came back in, they got whatever. And when I came in, it was after the incident. And so this guy needed to share this with me therapeutically. He says, I don't know what I just did. I can't believe I just did this. I can't believe I just said this. But I want to say that this is a culture that we have to be dealing with because of the 4 years of, talking about guns as being a right. And I don't know. I think the other caller was correct. Conflict resolution is just how people are dealing with it is by shooting, their conflict for whatever reason. If it's the video games or whatever, but that's what people are thinking about when they purchase these guns. And there's also, I found out that there are people that are teaching people to shoot. I don't know where they're doing it, but so anyway, that's just out there, and I just want you to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
And we'll make one last call. We have 3 additional openings for people to make public comment. If you'd like to participate, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. And this would be for people who have not previously spoken. And that person just lowered their hand. Mayor Walker, I don't see any other hands raised.
All right. And Mr. Gilmore, I see your hand, but it's only one time per, one person, one time during the community matters. So there's a portion at the end, and there is also a time during the budget meeting to talk about budget related requests. So yeah, counselors, any comments? I do want, before I forget, I was going to send it with my reply to the draft we received for Parks and Rec, but I did receive a communication from Mr. Banks, who runs the BCBA, Mr. Boyles, which they usually reserve the Sundays at Tonsler Park. And so we haven't finished that discussion. It looks like based on this schedule, it would be something that they would already be able to do. But we were talking about the safety, where I've been with everybody, public health response. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't forget that. But I can say my comments, the rest of my comments for the end. Counselors, do you all have any comments?
The only comment that I would make is I would point out that Little League Baseball is open to girls I coached a number of girls on the teams that I coached back in the old days. And I hope that girls are still playing Little League Baseball because they all had a good time.
Well, the only comments I have, I'll save for the budget discussion because they all pertain to the budget and things that were raised relative to the budget during public comment.
And just on Lloyd's comment, the individual who made that comment, I'm sure she was probably thinking about her personal circumstances. She has a child with a physical disability, so she said that during the comment to the water is very helpful, to her, and she's able to move better. So I'm sure that's what she was thinking about.
So
it's hard to get everything out during that 3 minutes, clearly.
And I know some of this I think we will all speak to during the budget part, but I just wanted to give Mr. Boyles a heads up. I would be interested in having an update. I know that at one point the MOU is going to be revisited for the cars that are being conversations happening between the two groups. And I just wouldn't mind an update on that because this has come up obviously publicly as well as through emails. Mr. Boyles also was curious when we'll be able to show when will we be able to provide the community with this plan that we have a draft of and you've kind of summarized today, just so that the community can be more aware of the details of the rollout?
Glad to. One of the things we'll be waiting is your comments, as the mayor did discuss, while some of the things you have already given us an okay to move forward or left it to our decision. Excuse me. Just wanted to give council a chance to provide some feedback to us. And with that, then we will continue to put a schedule out there as soon as possible. The one thing we'll have to just keep reiterating that it will be tentative. We're watching the numbers within the region and the state, just making sure that we don't move forward if the COVID numbers are moving against us. And the other thing really limiting us will be getting our staff on board. Right now, everybody who is hired, whether full-time or part-time, are getting vaccines. And so we have to make sure that that can continue, as well as getting the new people on board. So we should have something out very, very shortly for the summer schedule, keeping in mind it will be tentative.
And then just related to Parks and Rec, but a little different angle was what Mr. Emery was speaking to. And I communicated with you and a couple of staff about this earlier. Just understanding that access point was washed away and just knowing the high demand that we're going to see in the summer months at the river is only access point that is under city property. Given the interest from the private sector and even helping to provide resources for that, I would hope that we can just figure out a way to ensure that safe access, because I think that I understand there's some liability concerns, but I think there's some safety concerns if we don't have a solution to provide people with foot traffic access to the river.
Sure. And I just began discussing that today with Mr. Brown with Parks and Rec. And as you said, it does take a lot to look at it. While we want to help as quickly as possible, making sure that we don't create a liability for the city, making sure that we put something in that is going to be there, that provides a safe access, but also something that's permanent enough that we don't have to worry about it washing away again and having to replace it over and over. But it is something we definitely want to look at, and something I'm very familiar with. I used the previous one myself before it washed away, so I'm very familiar with it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No. Okay. And so that I think that was the comment about the BCBA and just making sure that was on the radar for Mr. Boyles and Parks and Rec staff, that they are interested in figuring out what they can do. There was a comment about the diversity and where Black kids can go during the summer months because everyone else can go other places. The pools are not very diverse, and it's just one other one of those other clear indicators that there's just a disconnect sometimes between when people are advocating and when that advocacy is, when it can create, like actually bear fruit, I guess is what, I don't want to say is inauthentic because I don't know the individual, but it's just very important. Raymond Mason tells the story of who's from the Washington Park neighborhood of going to the gate, and he used to go to the gate, and this was just a couple years ago, and he used to count the number of Black people who was at the pool, and he tells a story of Joe Platania being there one day, and he pulls Joe to the fence to say, "Hey, Joe, look at this country club you're at." And so I just think it's very important for us to not advocate based on that, even though it is important. There are youth in the city who come to the pools, just not as many that came when I was growing up. And there will be a lot of parents who could tell you the reasons why their kids can't just be there present for the day. And I have a lot of comments about that, but all of you know I was working there, so I'm going to keep a lot of those to myself. But I just think that it's important for us to know that. I also want to make sure that while we're doing this reopening, and thank you, Mr. Boyles, for saying that it's tentative, we have some very demanding citizens. And I'm not talking about who spoke tonight, because I understand wanting to be able to participate in recreational activity. Lisa mentioned Howard. Howard was a very sweet man who most mornings he was part of the 5:30 crew at my shift, and just a very nice person. And again, I'm very unfortunate we lost Mr. Byers too last year. That unfortunate that that he passed. But I think it's important for us to all remember that we are still learning about, the experts are still learning about this virus to inform us of the virus. Even once we open, during that time, they'll be still trying to figure out how long immunity even lasts from these vaccines. There are so many things that are unknown that it's just important, with all the other issues I've talked about with reopening, that we understand that health and safety, I hope we understand that health and safety comes first. And there may be a time where it's decided that we may not be able to open. I know that we probably won't be able to have the capacity that we normally have, and that people are going to be, have to be patient as staff figures out how to rotate people in and out of the pools. And right now, it's hot. The weight that they currently have during normal pre-COVID times is a challenge for people. So I just hope that Parks and Rec staff does a good job with setting those expectations so that the citizens who are using the pool, and especially because they are making a choice to come, but the staff members who are probably really dependent on that income, and will show up because they need to survive, that we are making sure as many measures as possible are in place to make sure that their safety and well-being is taken care of. And that's also kind of making sure that citizens understand what is realistically can happen. Because as soon as you say only 50 people at a time in the pool, somebody's gonna ask for 55 and then 60 and then 75. And I'm just hoping, outside of the concerns about whether temporary employees who will be the employee staffing have vaccines and healthcare and all of that stuff, even once you do that, there's still some safety measures that have to be in place. The youth will not be vaccinated. They could be carriers, all of those things. I just hope they are still considered. I know some people have been doing well, have been in high-risk environments, and have made the decision to do a lot of things during this pandemic, and they feel like we are still surviving, it was worth it. But some people haven't had that luxury, and they may not have the underlying conditions that they can survive through infection of this virus. So I hope all of those things are considered as Parks and Rec staff put this plan together to make sure that everyone involved is safe and that there's just an understanding that everyone's needs may not be able to be met the moment they want it to be met. Let's say that, because there's clearly an attempt to meet the needs. The only other thing I had was to Mr. Gilmore. I know I wasn't the one that sent the email, but when we had the discussion about the email, I did talk about, as I told my colleagues before, I did not receive that budget. When you all received it, I received it the following week. And I had conversations about just what scaling up looked like and just being successful. Not having the passion, because that's the start, but just making sure that you could sustain an organization. So I just want to put that out there. I just always like to make sure that, I'm transparent about how my conversations have been. So I know that my comments weren't received well either, but I want to make sure that my colleagues understand, because we have not talked about this either, that I had some concerns about the amount and and I do believe it's something that can work. I just want them to be successful, because anything that goes wrong with this, they're going to be scrutinized in a way that no other organization that we give money to or that's funded. And that's my main concern. There's almost no room for error, which is unfortunate that we have to experience that. But I'm really concerned about if they don't, if anything goes wrong, the amount of heat they'll have to take. And I know I can't protect them from that. So that's usually where my concern is from. And the way people are going to be looking into this organization, anyone who feels threatened at the potential that money could be taken from them in the future and given to them. And so I've been trying to explain to both Peace in the Street and Buck Squad that when I have brought up my concerns, those are some of the reasons why, because I know that scrutiny they're going to be under, and it's not something that they're going to be used to. I tell them all the time, you think the streets is vicious. These rooms that we are in at City Hall and around this community are more vicious sometimes. So, and I just want to make sure that they are, that they have all their I's dotted, T's crossed, so that in the future, no one is trying to shut them down because something's not right. So I have a lot of those conversations, and I know that it's hard to hear, but I just want them to succeed long term. Any other comments?
I suppose I should just go ahead and say I was the person that Pertel is talking about. And I want to be clear about one thing. What I told him was that I thought for an organization, it wasn't that it was inappropriate for a 501c3 to have 10 employees, simply that to start from the very first moment with 10 employees didn't seem to me to be the way to get started. So Mayor Walker, you and I think were giving him somewhat similar advice, maybe coming from slightly different places, but I think we're on sort of the same page. So again, I'll own it, that was me, but I think I said it a little bit differently from the way it was relayed.
Yeah, and just to help Mr. Gilmore and the conversation that we were having earlier, and I don't think the chief is on here, so I won't bring the full up without her being here. But I think delivery, I mean, you all asked me to own my delivery a lot of times, how I present to people and how they take that on. And it's not usually anyone but me asking, or that I'm aware of. I don't know what you all do in private, but asking you all to look at your delivery and how you present to people too. So that may be helpful.
And related to this topic, just a little slight variation is as soon as we got that first request for that budget, I just distributed to council, just because the 3 counselors that are newer hadn't really gone through process of an off-cycle budget request. And so if that's a process that we want to change in the future, we just need to have it part of the conversation, which I suggest we should do in the May timeframe when we meet to talk about the vibrant community funds and how we're evaluating that and how much money council wants to have that's flexible versus what goes through this more competitive process. But just being aware of like how many organizations are certainly seeking funding from the city and making sure that we're just looking at the full picture. I just wanted to make sure that we're all reminded of that process. And I'm certainly open to adjustments all around. So I just wanted to make sure. Because I know we have a lot of people listening in about, and we're going to speak to the vibrant community funds again tonight. And we do have, somewhat limited resources, and we're just trying to leverage them as best as possible to meet the most important immediate needs.
And even if we did not have the potential American Rescue Plan dollars coming, I think we still, with just our regular budget, would need to figure out a way to help them start, which is going to be difficult. It's hard to fundraise here. There's a pretty established system. And if you're not already in that circle, it is difficult. And we know that especially agencies run by Black people, the Hispanic run agencies in the area, they do not have the same access to resources. You remember when we first met with Sembreas. So it's just the same storyline all the time that we just can't deny. And I think, people are not going to want to hear this, but, if there's still the potential for which we attempted to avoid last year with the heavy police presence in the neighborhoods. But even with the heavy police presence, if that is the direction that we go, which we had to at one point last summer, there's still the potential to make this a healthier process with having those groups out in the community doing community related events, especially when, people are on here talking about, we heard it earlier about the pools, the need to have that sense of normal, the stress relief, all of those things. And so this is just, it's going to get warm. We have some challenges during that season when it starts anyway. And unfortunately, and we don't want to get back into the space where we were last year. And so I didn't take Mr. Gilmore's comments as a threat, but I do acknowledge just the normal cycle, and that we all know, just not in Charlottesville, but across the country, that there has been an increase in shootings and other violence since the pandemic started. So I just think it's something that we need to really consider.
Certainly agree.
Any more comments? No? Okay, so it's 8:01, so we'll return at 8:16. I think it's almost 8:02, so 8:17. All right. Vice Mayor McGill and Councilor Snook, are you there?
I just said, yes, Mayor. Sorry about that while I was still muted.
All good.
Ready to go.
So call the meeting back to order. Next up, we have a public hearing on the proposed real estate tax for fiscal year 22. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Boyles.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tonight, we have the public hearing for the proposed real estate tax rate for fiscal year 22 and an additional public hearing on the proposed FY22 budget. The next required public hearings will be held on April 5th. For FY22, there are no recommended changes to the city's real estate tax rate of 95 cents per $100 of assessed value. And additionally, there are no fee or property tax rate changes proposed. I will give a very likely heads up for FY23. I doubt very much that things will be the same next year. If I could get Brian to pull up the presentation. There we go. Thank you. And the next slide. There we go. The original proposed budget was $190,689,839, which is a roughly 1/4% decrease from FY21. Upon further revenue estimates just recently, this amount is being recommended to increase by $1,260,307 to a total of $191,950,146, still less than a 1% change. Next slide for me. As we put together the FY22 proposed budget, we focused on these 6 themes: affordable housing, preserving and growing services, employee investment, our schools, organizational efficiencies and effectiveness, as well as, of course, council's priorities. Next slide. This chart shows the overall breakout of where the city receives its revenue from. As you can see, the largest portion of the city's revenue, over 74%, comes from local taxes, which include real estate, meals, lodging, sales, and our use taxes. For the FY22 proposed budget, we are not proposing to increase these tax rates on any of our local taxes. The next largest category is charges for services. Examples include waste disposal fees, parks and recreation revenue, and court revenue. These intergovernmental revenues, mainly state revenues, such as state highway assistance and reimbursement for constitutional officers. Following that are our licenses and permits, business and professional license and building permits. Then finally, one of our smaller revenue sources, the operating portion of the city and county revenue sharing agreement. Next slide. This next chart highlights the expenditure areas of the city's budget, with the schools very clearly being the largest portion at over 33% of our budget, followed by our public safety budget at 24%. Then healthy families and community, and then parks and recreation, social services, and then the majority of the outside agencies receiving funding. Next slide. In following council's program priorities, affordable housing, racial equity, economic and workforce development, community safety, as well as employee investment were all prioritized in the proposed FY22 budget. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, more recent and current revenue estimates reflect a $950,000 increase in business license and professional license revenues. Additionally, on the next slide, expenditure changes reflected an additional $310,307 in departmental savings, providing the city an additional $1,260,307 in revenue programs above our original proposed revenue estimates. Next slide. Areas that the council have suggested for changes include these items listed here, and I have provided council with an updated list to this one. While we expect over $10 million in American Recovery Funds to be coming our way, we do not have the final amount, and we do not have the restrictions on these funds in detail. Staff recommends at the time that these are known, council and staff may work together to amend the FY22 budget, accounting for expenditures of these funds, utilizing those to balance the FY21 budget as it ends June 30th, and then working with departmental, the Vibrant Community Funding, and other one-type purchases and community needs that the American Recovery Funds may be utilized for. Next slide. Future public meetings, we have a month to get the budget approved, and the future meetings begin later this week with March 17th. April 5th will be the public hearing for the final budget. A tentative work session is if needed, and then hopefully with an approved budget on April 13th. With this, we can open up the public hearing and receive public comment and answer any questions that you, the council, may have. We have department heads and our budget team on the call to answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, are there any questions at this time, or you want to wait until after the public comment? Okay, Mr. Wheeler, we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We have two separate public hearings tonight. The first one is on the proposed real estate tax rate for the upcoming fiscal year. If you'd like to speak about the tax rate, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Separately, there'll be a public hearing for feedback on the budget. If you're listening via Facebook or on the city's Boxcast stream or on Twitter and you'd like to participate in these public hearings, you can go to charlottesville.gov/Zoom, register for the webinar, and you'll get a link where you can join us in Zoom and click the raise hand icon. Mayor Walker, I don't see any hands raised on the tax rate public hearing.
Okay, councilors, any comments?
What has happened with the assessments this year? I know that's a separate question from the real estate tax rate, but is directly related to the revenues it generates.
And Mr. Councilor Payne, we're going to have a presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
at the end of, yeah, and at the about the assessments tonight.
I'm happy to save it till then. In that case.
Okay. And I think where he was going is important because not everyone, there was an article last week in the, it was on 19, but I'm sure it was on all of them, where the sales are up 20%. I think prices have increased and the days on the market is down 47%. I think there was a 9% in there. I wasn't prepared to say that, but I just think it's, you know, Mr. Boyles prompted that next year we may have to consider, you know, a tax rate increases to cover all of the things that that come up in our conversations annually. But it's important to, I think a lot of times we think that everyone in this community is having the same experience through this pandemic, and that's just not the case. I know no one is racing to the front of the line to pay taxes, but it is, conversation to have that, not everyone is having the same experience or the pandemic has affected them in the same way.
I was just going to say, I am expecting that taxes will be needing to be raised next year. And it's good that we're already bringing this up now so that it doesn't take people by surprise next year.
Mayor Walker, I do see Jeff Fogel has raised his hand. I know he's had comments on the tax rate in the past. Would you like to check and see if he wants to comment on this public hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Fogel, you're on with City Council. Did you raise your hand for the tax rate public hearing? And you'll have to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, my finger was slow tonight. I apologize for trying.
It's okay, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Because I think people know my position, which is that we need to alter the tax rate, not only because we need that money to provide fundamental services and to make changes in this community, but we need it for other reasons as well. Everybody is aware of the disparity in income and wealth in this community. You can't abdicate responsibility by that and give it to the federal government because that's not reliable. You have some responsibility to make that difference in wealth and income narrower. And one way to do that is to increase tax rates while we insulate those people who cannot afford increased taxes from those rates. My understanding is, and I could be wrong, that we are not utilizing every avenue available to us under the CHAP program. Now, I realize we would like something better than that, but are we using every available amity right now? Is everybody who makes $50,000 and has a house that's worth less than $370,000 getting property tax relief, however you characterize it? Now, in order for us to talk about taxes in the future to accomplish that result as well, we have to start talking about that, and you need to start talking about that to your constituents. For as Counselor said, people need to know in advance that this is on the table. It should have been on the table for a long time. We need this money to provide the services to make this a real, decent community, which it isn't for so much of the population. You know that. It's not going to change by talking about it. It's going to change by doing something about it. One way to do that is in this area of seeking to utilize that CHAP program to the furthest extent possible so that we insulate our community who can't afford increased taxes and then increase taxes. I'm not talking about 2%, 5%, 10%. We're talking about some substantial amount. You have poor people moving down here from the Northeast who are paying extraordinary taxes, who see this as a gift to them when they're only paying 95 cents on a dollar. And if you look at the Northern Virginia communities, which we're more and more like, you'll see what kind of taxes they have. In the area, I think of about $140 up in Fairfax. So that's the kind of community we're turning into. It's a much more cosmopolitan, it's a much richer community, it's got much, much more development, and that's where we should be looking towards. And I think what has to happen is, even if you don't raise it this year, what it appears that you won't, that you need to have a discussion about this and to look at the raw numbers of how we can insulate those who can't afford it and how much can we get from increasing taxes on those who can afford it. And can we do it in two different measures? So that's what I'm urging you to do. And if you don't do it now, I think you have to do it sometime if you really care about these problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are no other hands raised, Mayor Walker.
Okay. Counselors, any comments?
One, I know, I've seen this data in the past. I just can't remember it, but would be curious to know, just again, the data on how much revenue is raised for each 1 cent increase in the real estate tax rate. And that also incorporating, I believe the numbers we usually get for that don't incorporate the CHAP program. So if you incorporate the CHAP program, how much total revenue is raised per each 1 cent increase in the real estate tax rate. And then the second comment is, I just had a meeting earlier today with the I think Center for Property Tax Reform. And it's a little technical, but they're advocates for a land value tax, which tries to separate the value of the land versus the improvements, and it's able to, in effect, be more progressive. And I just know there's state legislation that has allowed Richmond, Poquoson, Fairfax, and one other area to move in that model. As we're thinking ahead towards next budget cycle, that may be an important area of advocacy, along with the sales tax increase for school infrastructure that the General Assembly has allowed. If we could get incorporated into that, it may give us a much better ability to, have our real estate taxes in effect be more progressive than they are now. But both that and overall, as I think we're going to have a work session on it before the pandemic, but exploring any avenues to, even creatively, to try to do more progressive taxation locally. Because as was mentioned, the CHAP program makes real estate tax a little more progressive, but there are definitely limits to it. And, the mechanisms to fully base taxation off of wealth or income is the fundamental thing. I would also agree with others that, over the next budget cycle, we look at our commitments, there's no way around the need for revenue increases.
I would just say that I think some of the things we can do over the next year that I know we've been talking about, but just to make sure that we are in a position where we are spending money as efficiently as possible, is also key for people to trust the process when we say that the only alternative is increasing. So I think there's two things that need to happen there.
Do we want to get an answer perhaps from Mr. Davidson?
Sure, I can speak to the first question that Councilor Payne raised about the estimate for 1 cent on the tax rate based on the FY20 or FY22 budget, which takes into account the most recent assessments. We're looking at about just slightly over $845,000 per 1 cent on the tax rate. Now, to clarify that, we don't factor in the CHAP loss of revenue for CHAP because it's truly an expense. So we recognize the full revenue. However, it is kind of a left pocket, right pocket kind of thing in that you bring the revenue in and then you send it right back out as a check to those individuals in the CHAP payment. Mr. Divers is the expert at this, so I don't want to speak out of school, but I know there is a difference between the CHAP program and some of the real estate tax relief programs, whereas I believe the CHAP program, it is truly a check that is cut, whereas the real estate tax relief programs are more or less forgiveness of the real estate tax bills. It's not necessarily a check that is given to the individuals. I'll have to check with Mr. Divers to make sure I'm speaking correctly on the nuances of those two programs, but I believe that's kind of how those kind of part of the difference between those two programs.
Right. Is Todd here? Because
he was unable to join us tonight.
Okay.
So we'll have to get back to him.
Yeah, in the past for the CHAP program, there has been times where because it's applied to the second half of the real estate taxes, that there are people who paid the first half and they get the full amount, but because they paid in the first half, they get what appears to be a refund because of that amount. But it's applied to their account first, and then that amount that they may have paid by June is the one that they may get a refund.
So
it's no more than the amount that they would have qualified for, and based on their tax rate.
That's why if we streamlined the processes between the two, why it would cost us more to get them in line with each other.
Yes,
That
I
program.
mean, I'm not going to go into that because there's a lot of intricacies with that Mr. Divers could explain a lot better than I can. But it's essentially we're having to double up on one payment partially for one of the programs, and so yeah, he can explain that a lot better than I can.
And it's chat because it will come in the first half of the year, which that is usually not applied until the fall of.
Correct.
Well, and I know don't have the number right now off the top of your head, and certainly don't expect it, but just I'm curious what an estimate of that number of whatever the technicality is, just basically in effect, how much money becomes available to us from real estate tax increase is lower than that 800,000. So just like in effect, how much is actually made available through each increase?
And Ryan, can you speak to the impact of the schools on that number?
That was the other piece on that number. Per the formula right now, and I know there's ongoing discussions with council about formulas and potential changes to that, and looking at that as we move forward. But per our formula, our policy right now, 40% of the real estate tax increase is of the new revenue generated by that would go towards school funding, our contribution to the city schools. And so in essence, we're getting 60 cents on every dollar that we raise on the real estate tax through that. However, if council does wish to go back and change that formula, that will always be an option that we can look at that differently, because there has been some changes in the past years. But per the policy right now, that's where it states.
Mayor Walker, we do need to close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thomas. So close the first public hearing for the real estate tax rate.
Mayor Walker, just to correct something that Mr. Fogel said, Fairfax County's tax rate was not $1.40, it was $1.14. I don't know what it's going to be for the coming year. There actually is one jurisdiction in Northern Virginia, I think it's the city of Manassas Park, that is about $1.40. That's a fairly small jurisdiction, and they've got some pretty odd things going on with their tax rates. But that's the only place that I know of in the state that's over about $1.25.
Okay. Any other discussion? No? Okay. So this will move to the April 5th meeting. All right, Mr. Willow, would you open up the public comment? Mr. Bowles already gave the presentation on the proposed budget. And now we will open up for the public hearing for the budget presentation that you just heard.
And I wanted to invite Ms. Robertson or Mr. Boyles to make any introductions to this part of the meeting if they think that's appropriate. There was some discussion about the nature of the public hearing.
Okay. Just would be reiterating the presentation that we have roughly the same budget proposed for FY22 as we had for FY21 based on the decreased revenues. It's within 1%. And just again, kind of the reminder for everyone as they're speaking that as we look to, if we have added expenditures with a set revenue base, we would have to find offsetting expenditures in a negative fashion to accommodate any increases. So with that, I think the numbers were in the presentation. That's about all that I could add.
And I'm fishing for something specific here.
Yeah.
Ms. Robertson or Ms. Hamill, did you have anything?
I can.
Yes, so this is the, because council has a lot of decisions and a lot of comments that you've heard, this will be an unofficial public hearing for the budget. And the official public hearing will be on April 5th. Again, we'll have public comment for both, but the official public hearing on the budget will be April 5th and will be advertised in the paper no later than March 28th. So there'll be 2 opportunities for the public to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. So if you're in the audience, you'd like to address council about the budget, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Each person will have up to 3 minutes to make a comment about the budget. And if you would, please identify your place of residence when you speak to council. First up is Shelby Edwards, who'll be followed by Joan Fenton. Shelby, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Can y'all hear me? Yep, because my time's going. Good evening. My name is Shelby Marie Edwards. I use she, her, hers. I've been a longtime resident of Charlottesville, 917 6th Street Southeast, Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm a staff member with FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents, and I come to you tonight to thank you for the support in years past and reconsidering the prospective budget. I'm asking for council to once again to do that today. Please consider funding FAR's internship program, if not fully, at least partially. While I recognize that last year's funding has no bearing on this year's funding, I think it is alarming at best that FAR is projected to have a 162% decrease in funding. 162% decrease for the nonprofit whose mission is to educate and empower low-income residents, most of whom are Black. 162% decrease for FAR's work that acknowledges one of the 6 major budget themes of affordable housing. The collectivity of our mission means that we must engage and collaborate with community around us to achieve actualization. We need for you all to consider granting more of the Vibrant Communities Grant to FAR's programming. This year, FAR submitted 2 applications. We see that one of them, our resident-led redevelopment, has been partially funded, and for that, we are grateful. Y'all, I cannot say that enough. Thank you for funding the redevelopment process. But the efficacy of that program that is being funded is predicated on the success of the program that is not being funded. And it has been through council's leadership and action in years past that FAR has been able to maintain its programming and support when often the first pass at the budget omits an equitable support of FAR, like it has again happened this year. To date, we have given just over 70 residents individualized attention. Over the years, FAR has brought in teachers, community members, staff members to mentor FAR interns. Such mentors include, but are not limited to, the late Vice Mayor, Dr. Holly Marie Edwards. Our intern program is a paid opportunity for current low-income residents to be incentivized to learn about the community around them, in addition to giving them part-time employment. In conclusion, my ask is that FAR is funded for not only our resident-led redevelopment, but also our internship program, which helps us to shape the leaders that we already know exist in our neighborhoods. I would like to also ask that our community partner, the Legal Aid Justice Center, also be considered for additional funding. They play a role in making sure that FAR understands the legal jargon and implications that come up frequently in our work. And this is in a society where words can be weaponized against the marginalized. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Shelby.
Next up is Joan Fenton, who will be followed by Angela Chilfie. Joan, you're on the City Council.
Hi, I live in the county and I have businesses in the city. I wanted to say that I understand the competing and urgent needs for funding this year, but I'm here to urge you to honor your agreement with the county concerning building the parking garage. I know it's not popular. It's not the place where a lot of people want to see money being put, but the city has a credibility problem. If you don't honor your agreements with the county, how can you expect going forward that they or UVA or anybody else is going to want to deal with the city? This is always an ongoing issue, and it really has a timeline that has to be met. If the garage is not funded, the county has an option to take close to 100 parking spots out of the ground floor of the Market Street garage. And according to Rick Siebert, if that happens, he's going to close that garage to transient parking, which is a disservice to everybody in this community that comes downtown, whether you're coming for business, whether you're coming to shop, to dine, whatever it is. It really is going to create great difficulty. The garage is not providing new parking, as so many people are saying, but it really is providing what has been agreed to for the county. It's replacing parking that has been lost over the years, and it's replacing the anticipated parking that's going to be lost with the Avon Street construction, High Street improvements, and the eventual loss of parking on Water Street. In addition, the Market Street garage is near the end of its life expectancy, and it is going to be a problem when that garage has to either be refurbished or torn down and it's shut down. There has to be an alternative. Parking garages generate revenue, they pay for themselves. It takes a long time, but it does pay for itself. And it also provides increase in taxes for the city, for sales tax, lodging, food taxes. And if you don't have parking, your real estate values go down on your commercial property because nobody wants to work there or shop there if they can't park. So in the end, it really pays for itself. And the downtown generates far more funds than is spent on it. And I think you're making a short-term decision that's going to harm this whole community and its viability economically in the long run. The downtown mall is the third largest attraction in the area, and the funds that's generated is a lot of what's being spent on the other things that are so desperately needed in this city. And I just urge you, don't shoot the golden goose and be responsible and honor your agreements. And maybe you didn't make them, but if the city can't honor agreements that it makes, nobody's going to want to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Angela Cholfi, who will be followed by Brandon Collins. Angela, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Angela Cholfi. I live at 805 Knoll Street in the city, and I'm the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Justice Center. I am here to ask you to restore the cuts to LAJC and FAR. Compared to last year, LAJC was proposed to be reduced by $57,500 and FAR by $32,500. Together, that's a $100,000 cut representing 32% of all cuts to nonprofits in vibrant communities in the proposed budget. On Thursday, I talked about why LAJC's legal services should be considered essential, not merely important, that this past year proved that we are first responders when it comes to economic disasters, quite literally keeping people housed, fed, paid, and healthy. Tonight, I'd like to make the case for why you should fund our race equity proposal. Equity isn't just about providing social services to those communities who are disparately harmed by injustice, though that is important. It's partnering with those communities to change the systems that produced the harm in the first place. Here in this community, LAJC does that by providing legal and technical assistance to community groups and community leaders as they work to replace harmful systems with systems that work for them. You might say that we function for community members a little bit like the city attorney and city staff function for you. For example, we partnered with FAR, CRHA, and private developers to make public housing redevelopment a reality. That is something to celebrate because it was never inevitable. 10 years ago, it looked like the city was going to follow the trend and adopt a RAD proposal, effectively privatizing public housing. Instead of that, putting shovels in dirt last weekend, we might at this very moment be fighting about what happens to public housing stock when the RAD contract ends. Instead, FAR came to LAJC and asked for support in persuading City Council and CRHA not to rush through a RAD proposal. They said the city could redevelop public housing without RAD, and they were right. Now we have a minimum of 1-for-1 replacement, which is really unheard of these days, in a true resident-led process that will lead to communities where, if I may paraphrase Mayor Walker, the buildings themselves speak of the love and life that you find inside. That does not happen without FAR and LAJC. Why is that something the city should fund? Because the only thing better than having a lawyer to successfully defend your eviction in court is not getting evicted in the first place. And that means working with communities most deeply affected by displacement and gentrification to build a continuum of affordable housing options from public housing redevelopment to inclusionary zoning. And I also want to give a plug to the FAR internship program, which Ms. Edwards spoke of. Building leadership among residents to understand the details of a complicated system means they can help each other address problems directly with CRHA instead of relying on social or legal services. It also builds leadership for the future. Thank you for supporting our work.
Thank you.
Next up is Brandon Collins, who will be followed by Pertel Gilmore. Brandon, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brandon Collins. I'm an organizer for the Public Housing Association of Residents, known as FAR, located at 1000 Preston Avenue, Suite B. FAR is the federally recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing in Charlottesville and the dealings with CRHA. I've been working for FAR for about 9 years. I've lived in Charlottesville my entire life. I think this community is craving equity, and this community has so much potential to change the world. And I think you can see that in the work that's being done around redevelopment right now. The FAR internship program has changed the world. It's one of the first of its kind in the country. Born out of that internship program and side by side with organizers at the time was the creation of the Residents' Bill of Rights for Redevelopment. That is a guarantee by y'all and by the Housing Authority for guaranteed one-for-one replacement, fair relocation, economic opportunity, and meaningful resident involvement in the redevelopment process. Again, the first of its kind in the country. In fact, the Residents' Bill of Rights for Redevelopment has made its way into federal law because of its strong protections for residents. Residents did that. They met the mission of FAR, which is for residents on their own and collectively to improve their neighborhoods and their communities. And I think that's amazing, but it's just words if we can't pull that off. And I think FAR has done an amazing job, and that's why I'm so angry tonight, because year after year, we come to you telling you the same things about our internship program. Our interns are incredible rate of civic involvement. We've shown you all the data over and over and over again. Incredible rates of employment once they get out of our program. They're involved with FAR, they're involved with Housing Authority, they're involved on city boards and commissions and committees over and over. I am so proud of our resident interns. And it's not just preparing them for civic life. It's giving them the next step in their lives, and it is so meaningful. And what that does has created a sense of self-determination, and that self-determination should be supported by the city, because FAR and our interns, our residents, are doing right by the city by having the foresight to conduct resident-directed redevelopment and once again be a leader in the nation and do something completely innovative, which is putting all this in the hands of residents. We could not do that without FAR, without the city council support, and without our residents and our resident interns. So I ask you restore all of our funding as well as legal aids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pertel Gilmore's Zoom version needs to have me promote him to a panelist. So, Mr. Gilmore, I'm going to do that and see if that allows you to speak. Can you hear us? And your camera is now on. You have 3 minutes to address council.
First, I just wanted to just express the importance of the work. The work that we do is kind of different from any nonprofit. It's unique, it's incomparable, and it's unprecedented. Nothing like what we do has ever been done in the city before. I'm asking you to please go look at all the sites, Cure Violence model sites all over the country, and how they do what they do. Look specifically, because they in every city, almost every city in the country, who do the same thing that we do. It's not just conflict mediation, but what I'm going to do is I have my training manual in front of me, and as being a supervisor, I just want to read first I'm going to read what a shift may look like. Okay, at the least we can have is 10 people. There are 7 days in a week, and out of 2 shifts, it runs from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. and 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. When you do conflict resolutions, your training, the first thing they teach you is you cannot send one person to an individual and another person to another individual. You always travel in twos. That's for safety purposes. That's for always watching the other person's back. And that's in the model of Jesus Christ when he sent them out in twos. For those who are religious. Out of those 4 individuals on those 2 shifts, which equals 8 individuals, you have to have a supervisor. And the job of the supervisor is to facilitate planning and implement strategy, to debrief, to detect potential shooting events, to communicate with hospital responders when people do get shot, to provide weekly supervision, coordinate with the program manager, and complete violent incidents reports. That's 9. The 10th is called an outreach worker. Now, the outreach worker works 9 to 5. They are the ones whose presence is always in the neighborhood. Usually, I will accompany the outreach worker in those hours, and their job is to carry an active caseload of 15 high-risk participants at all time. That's why they go out and canvas with another individual, frequent contact with participants on a monthly basis, have 4 to 4 face meetings with the individuals, 8 substantial phone conversations with the individuals, and develop risk reductions plan and track progress. That's the least we can work with is 10, but we need way more. I am asking the city council to at least fund 10 and have stipends for the other ones that I can hire them on part-time basis. But if you just do the math, man, that's what makes us different. And I wasn't throwing shots at nobody. I just wanted that to be out there. It kind of PO'd me when they say we can't work with 10 individuals. But that's my passion and my zeal, and that's something that I have to work on. But I bring the memory of a 14-year-old girl was almost shot the other day, and we had the opportunity to be there, but I couldn't find staff to cover it. And that's my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to drop you back to attendee, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you. Thank y'all for hearing me out.
Sorry you didn't get to hear that last comment. All right, we have 3 additional people at the moment with their hands raised. If you'd like to speak to City Council in this public hearing on the budget, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Next up is Jeff Erkekens. Jeff, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes. And Jeff just dropped out. We'll see if that person comes back. Next up is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute your microphone. Go ahead, Ange.
Hello. Okay, thank you. I just want to echo what the representatives from Legal Aid Justice Center and also FAR spoke about prior to me coming on. It does seem that it's unfortunate that, a budget for initiatives that are taking effect in public housing that are created by those who are most impacted are up on the chopping block again. It's definitely not a good look for our community, and also it's not a good look as far as when we're talking about, okay, we are really about equity and making sure we are leveling the playing field or whatever. That's not taking place if you're cutting the budget. So I would highly recommend, reinstating that budget for them. And that's it. I'll talk about the rest of the next comment section. I'll save my time.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Tanisha Hudson, followed by somebody joining us via telephone. Tanisha, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
So I just want to discuss pretty much the same thing everybody else has touched on. Legal aid. It's really sad that they continue to get the chopping block along with FAR. Once again, if we're going to focus on the platforms in which a lot of you ran on, this is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. This is every year. Let's focus on cars. I'm also speaking on cars. I think I've talked about that previously as well. When the issue came up with the fire department not getting their budget, cars needs to be fully funded. They work hand in hand with our fire department. And the way that they've been cut out over the years is really unfortunate. Now, we know why. You all know why, but you did nothing about it. And this is exactly what I was saying earlier. When someone is doing something wrong, whether it's budget related or not, who gets on those individuals that do something wrong? You're too busy singling people out for budget mistakes or spending money here and not spending money there, that you're not looking at the bigger picture. Fund the things that need to be funded to make things fair in this city. We make sure the downtown get the money that they need. We make sure these nonprofits get the money they need. We make sure Parks and Rec is funded for the people who can afford to go to Parks and Recs, because we know people that look like me, they're not in all those programs. Fund the things that makes this city fair and equitable for everyone. Do that. The CAF vouchers, nothing's been said about the CAF vouchers. This was another issue that I brought up in last budget season, was those vouchers. They were temporary vouchers. What are we going to do for those people in the middle of a pandemic? You going to make them move? You going to put them out? What's going to happen with that? Those people haven't been told if they have to prepare themselves to move or not. We don't know if those vouchers will be funded again or not. Nobody's saying anything. Their housing workers aren't letting them know what's happening with those vouchers. Are you funding that in this budget? You gotta make things fair in this city. I cannot stress it enough. I said it earlier and I'm gonna say it again one more time. I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna break it down in baby food for y'all in the next public comment. But you gotta make it fair for everybody. And right now, you all are not making things fair. You're picking and choosing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think just because the vouchers that there's anyone at risk of losing them out of the normal process. I think we talked about that and it brought it up. And maybe if I know Mr. Sells is in the attendees list, maybe at the end of the public, after we close out of this session, that he could just come on and address that if that's possible, because we talked about this last year and I don't think anything has changed with that.
Mayor Walker, next up is Virginia Lavelle. Virginia, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening again, and I appreciate your time earlier in the meeting. I would like to take this opportunity again to implore you to reflect on the value that the Charlottesville Albemarle Rescue Squad provides to the city of Charlottesville and its residents, and further to evaluate whether the city could afford to lose the services that we provide, as well as the $1.1 million in income that comes into the city, which I think is in danger of happening with continued underfunding and lack of adherence to the MOU. As you heard us say earlier, we provide, in addition to 6,000 calls for service, over $3 million in cumulative value to the city, and are being asked to do so with $450,000. We'd also like to see the EMS system fund that's outlined in the MOU properly enacted. I think Chrissy can speak more to that. I think there's an opportunity there. You have many worthy requests in front of you this evening. We've heard about a lot of those, and we certainly understand that. We hope that as an organization that brings in over $1 million, if that was put into the EMS system fund the way that it was intended, it would be much easier. You wouldn't have to take that away from anyone else because it already exists in that forum. City Manager Boyle was thrilled to hear that the city has given $10 million in CARES money, and I do hope that you all will consider ambulances currently that we run are funded completely on donations. And, $20 from each of our citizens, it takes a lot, right, to get to a $275,000 ambulance. We truly want to serve, but we do need your help to do that. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rory Stolzenberg. Rory, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Brian, and good evening, Council. I'd like to commend you first on making the right decision to defer the new parking garage for at least a year, and urge you to continue to meet the court's agreement with the county by offering them the choice between the surface lot and, preferably, I think, for both parties, 100 spaces in the currently nearly empty Market Street garage, as laid out in the agreement that you've signed. And I'd also like to urge you to encourage staff to make the best of the additional time that you've given to them to explore better options for productive uses of that lot, for productive uses like housing, a need that we very desperately have. And that can be addressed at no costs to the city, and even recoup some of the money that we've already spent, the $5.4 million in cash invested in those parcels, that land alone. I'd also like to address the pernicious disinformation that's being spread by some former members of downtown business leadership. The fact of the matter is these parking garages are almost never full at all. And the very few occasions that the Market Street garage is full, the Water Street garage is not full. And those happen in midday on weekdays, not when people are coming downtown to patronize our shops and restaurants. So if anything, it's downtown commuters that perhaps would need extra parking, but only in the Market Street garage because there's always more parking spaces available on Water Street and on our streets. So I urge you to look at the data when you decide whether to spend 8 figures worth of taxpayer money on building new garage capacity. Additionally, I see in your new budget that there's a nearly $700,000 surplus in the parking enterprise fund, despite the projected reduction in garage revenue and parking fine revenue over before COVID years. I know in coming months, from what we've heard from the Regional Transit Partnership, it's likely that you'll see a concept for expanding transit service, or at least returning it to pre-COVID levels. So I would urge you to, at the very least, not reduce the city's funding for CAT, which I don't think you're likely to do. And if the opportunity becomes available, spend your money coming from parking, this massive profit that's available and not being distributed to the general fund, on increasing transit service for the people of our area. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Shopper. Chris, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Hey, everyone. I just really wanted to echo Rory's comments. I lived in downtown for 3 years. I was predominantly able to get around by foot or by bike. And something that always amazed me was how frequently there was just abundant parking. There was always parking on the weekend. There was always parking in the evenings. And I similarly don't think we should be spending as much time and or energy focused on building additional parking, especially when housing is such an issue in the Charlottesville area. I think we should be looking at how we can reclaim that land and use it to put housing in an area that's already walkable, that supports dense development, where people can have amenities and proximity to their job and aren't having to drive in from much further distances. So really just want to echo those points there. Another thing that I've consistently noticed as someone that predominantly got around on bike or by foot, the network of paths and bike lanes is very incomplete. I'd actually been hit on West Main Street. I think protected bike lanes is something that would go a long way towards making other people feel safer biking around the area and getting more people using bikes and their feet as their primary modes of transportation. So just as we're looking at how we want to allocate our budget post-COVID, I would really assess whether we need to continue to fund parking, especially knowing that some businesses are going to be continuing to operate in a remote setting. My company, Merkle, is actually reducing our office footprint and not anticipating as many people going into the office. So I think we should reassess whether we need to be prioritizing parking that much and really focus on transit, housing, and then bike/pedestrian connections. So that's all for now, but thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you.
And that was our 10th speaker. If anyone else would like to address council on the budget, last call, please click the raise hand icon. Next up is Chief Hezedine Smith. Chief Smith, you are on with the council.
Good afternoon. Are you able to see my camera?
We just have your voice at this time.
No problem, no problem. I just want to say good afternoon, and I want to say thanks, or should I say good evening. I'd like to thank the budget team, the new city manager, and others that have contributed to preparing this budget for this upcoming fiscal year. I would admit that being a new fire chief, there's been a journey of the last 100 and so days. I definitely want to acknowledge the contributions of CARS over the last 60 years. But in looking at where we are today and where we have come from and where we're headed, I thought it was important for us to examine the memorandum of understanding that was created prior to my arrival here. And in doing so, I examined the three main elements that I think it's important for sustainability, long-term sustainability of any EMS system. And those include performance metrics and examining the data from a retrospective analysis perspective, right? And what I mean with that is that there's reference that performance benchmarks have been met consistently. And I will defer to say that I don't necessarily agree with that. And I have reviewed the performance report over the last month or so with CARS, and there's some areas for improvement for both agencies, as you probably would acknowledge. And that report is available. I'm not sure if that was shared with any of you members, but it is available. And it specifically looks at performance based on neighborhoods and the travel time for both entities. And you'll be informed that, you know, there's opportunities for improvement more so than on the fire department side. So I'll have that information available for anyone who would like to go through it. And then the next thing is the established practice that currently is underway has to do with lack of the most appropriate unit going to the specific calls, medical calls. And that's what we refer to as proximity. That's another area within the MOU that is being addressed. And ultimately, those two elements really point to the need for system analysis and improvement of the system and the memorandum of understanding, and making sure that we have clear expectations on both sides. So while there's a suggestion also that, you know, we're not funding based on the needs of cars, based on the presentation, or should I say the budget submission, the request was for about $898,000. And our proportionate shares we've discussed based on the MOU, my understanding of the MOU and the attorney's understanding also of the MOU, and also the finance team, is that the amount of $450,000 is an appropriate proportionate share. And when we talk about $91,000, if approved, for contingency funds, in addition to that $450,000, the county's contributions this year is about $58,000, and their stated fundraising goal is $250,000, which basically equals about $848,000 for operational expenditures. So while we've presented what we believe based on my team's analysis and the budget office and working within the limitations of the city, I am not reducing any funding to cars. All we're doing is flat, given what was given last time to cars, and looking at the data and examining the need for performance improvement on both sides of the fence. So finally, I would say that our goal is to really make sure that there's service equity amongst all the areas in terms of the various neighborhoods, whether it's 10th and Page, Fiveville, or other areas. I'm starting to learn the areas. That is my goal, to provide the best and the most appropriate response to our citizens in the city of Charlottesville. So by no means am I trying to sideswipe the contributions over the several years. I've also taken the opportunity to look at what it would cost the city of Charlottesville Fire Department to assume some of those responsibilities. And we're prepared to do so in a staged manner, if you may, because as you know, we're hiring 20 new firefighters. We're going to expand our service delivery in terms of having 24-hour ambulances, 2 24-hour ambulances, with the potential to expand that even further. So I'll stop there. I'm probably over 3 minutes, but I'll just say that I'm happy to be here, and I'm very excited about the opportunity to further collaborate. And that is the goal ultimately. But it's important for us to all acknowledge that in order for the city to give cars initially it was $1 million. I don't think we even have that to meet the needs of the fire department, because we have needs within the fire department, and I don't even believe are being fulfilled by this budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last hand up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with the city council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I will be really brief. I appreciate you all being here and taking the time to hear from the public. And everyone who has spoken has been on point. I would simply ask that we revisit an issue that was brought up by the Blue Ribbon Commission some time ago. And that's that as you continue to look through potential funding items, that you again consider to pay some sort of stipend to any and all members who work on and serve on various commissions and boards that the council appoints. We cannot, we should not continue to ask citizens to volunteer their time and put in their effort towards the work of bettering the city, and not, I won't even say compensate them, but offer some sort of thank you to them. So I'm just asking that at some point that is given some consideration as we weigh what's good for the future of the city. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. So next we would just have counselors, and for Chief Smith, we were going to, we talked about staff being present. So if there was anything else or any other staff member that had questions, they could come on, or council would call on them regarding the budget. And Mr. Willer, there was another hand. Did you see? So it's gone now. Okay. So
It's back up, Mayor Walker.
okay. All right.
Next speaker is Hunter Ware. Hunter, you're on the city council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, councilors and mayor, and thank you for your time and attention. I really only have 2 points, so I think it'll take less than 3 minutes, thankfully, make up some of that time. Basically, there is no fiscal way that you can allocate running the BLS and to a lesser extent ALS calls that Charlottesville Rescue Squad does on a volunteer basis with paid firefighters unless you plan to not pay your firefighters, which I think nobody is going to discuss. So that's just not possible. If you answer a truck and you've got a couple people on it and you run a call, you have the same costs with the truck at the very least, and the fuel and the medical supplies, and then the differentiator is the people. So there's no way to make those numbers line up. And then regarding the statistics, I'll just say, because it'd be really complicated and you'd need to have presentations. I'll just say that the rescue squad welcomes the opportunity to discuss the basis for his statistics. And we think that they don't accurately reflect we're pretty sure they don't accurately reflect the care that the city has received from us for 60 years, not several years. And thank you all for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you.
And Chief Smith has raised his hand. Mayor Walker.
Okay.
Chief Smith, go ahead.
So, as you well know, there's always different perspectives, and I rely on my system analysis, my data analysis expert, and we have gone over the data several different ways with cars. And we're not going to debate it back and forth, but I just want to share that with you. I am willing to have a conversation and review any data with the team. The point of the matter here is ultimately, while some may believe they understand what the approach may be to improve the service delivery model that is being done here in Charlottesville, they may be unaware of other alternatives to providing services to the city of Charlottesville. So with that, I will just leave that there. Welcome the opportunity to review the data. It's been reviewed already, and it's been questioned, it's been validated. And certainly the outliers and all those things, and I know Councilor Snook is a data person, so we're happy to go through the data and validate what we're reporting as past performance, which is often predictive of future performance. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know we're going into a broader budget discussion, but I think what I hope is happening, just that information is just being presented, and we are able to look at that not through the lens, and I've been saying this since I started working on vibrant communities, not through the lens of relationships, but through the lens of actually what's in front of us and what is the best decision. And I took a lot of heat over the past few months and really listened to staff about previous decisions that were being made, and was very, just unhappy to learn how everyone kind of manipulated and used me, actually, no matter who is presenting me information, just looking at it and trying to make the best decision from that. And it is not a common practice, but I hope that is what we're doing. And just like I didn't have to do it just now with Mr. Gilmore, but I did it because that's who I am. I wasn't going to leave Lloyd out there, even though I knew who he was talking to, and pretend that I hadn't had some of the same concerns. I do not, I'm willing to take that heat all the time, no matter who it is, and it doesn't and hasn't always worked out in my favor. So I hope that is how we are making, decisions about anything that's presented to us, just based on accurate information and if we are giving the citizens the best service possible. And with that, I'll just, I have some comments about the budget again, and just want to close the public hearing. I don't know if I said that. And then counselors, do you have any comments?
I guess I'm not clear on how deep of a discussion we're going to have now. Obviously, this isn't a work session format. So I guess what would be helpful for staff for us what point to get to tonight? Obviously, we've gotten a longer list of things to consider just today, and I certainly want to reflect on that a little more and provide a comprehensive set of feedback on that. But I'm just kind of curious what staff's expectations are for council tonight.
And I'll point out that the leadership team was not invited to be a panelist tonight, so that's why you're not seeing most of their names. Chief Smith was participating as an attendee, but we have been inviting them to the work sessions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'll just, are you wanting that answer from staff? Because it's just a regular, if we had anything, takeaways that we wanted to give them at this time. And then, of course, we know what the next date is, and then this will be on the next agenda again. So I'll go first. I still want to, from the list that was presented earlier, I still have some questions around the COLA increase. Want to acknowledge again understand that they are not raises, but I still think that it's something to the issues that we know exist within the organization. And if we are able to focus that COLA increase on the manager and below level, and if we know those numbers and can increase it past the 2%, and it still kind of averages out for if we included directors and above, I'm definitely interested in have that discussion. I know that with the compensation study that's going to come around at some point, that of those full-time employees and those salary gaps, even within that will, I think, one, show staff that there's a little sacrifice to make sure that the lower paid full-time staff members are, receive COLAs, and especially since they did not receive them last year either. So that's, so I have that part. And
just to that point, do you mind if I just say something? Just hearing from some staff, I get concerned about just using a specific job title to kind of categorize, because it just seems like there's a lot of, right or wrong, there's a lot of discrepancies, even when you think about maybe some managers make more than some directors, or lead teams, not even, some of them don't, are at a different level than even folks that aren't on the lead team. And so I'm almost wondering if we should be looking at it from, a numbers level, like above or below a certain threshold, versus trying to.
You mean a salary amount?
Yes.
Or I think that staff could pull those manager levels out who are earning, salaries that are equal or almost equal to director levels. And then we can have that discussion. I know when I start working on the living wage, I've said that before, there was a lot of discussions, and I heard a lot of them because I was also advocating and an employee at the same time. And that discussion immediately went to who deserves raises, who worked harder than other people, and then the morale issues that produce. And but if you really watched and heard from the people that was having those conversations, I would often say to people, like, your salary is not going to change if we don't correct this for other people. And I just think a lot of times we make decisions in isolation when we know that this is a bigger issue, and we have the chance to, not resolve it, but know that that increase being targeted will be something that we may have to consider in the future. anyway, so I don't know what those dollars amount is and how many staff members we're talking about that's at that level. But I would like to believe, and maybe if we think that, you know, at the director and above, or even those managers or who are at that level that we want to consider, that if the, you know, future bonuses versus that salary increase is something we want to consider. I think it's a lot of ways to think about that, but also if that dollar amount is what we should be considering, I think that that is something that I don't have enough information to make the decision, but I'm definitely interested in whatever gets us to that point.
So Mayor Walker, I can just add, we have not looked at the manager level. Technically speaking, in terms of classifications between lead team and manager, there really isn't another step. And we have not looked at the dollar amounts for the managers, but currently there are 27 available lead team positions. 7 of those are now vacant. And so of the 20, 2% merit equates to about $80,000 for lead team. And if the other 7 were full as of July 1, then the total we're talking about is about $111,000 for 2% for just lead team. And it does get a little gray because with the, you know, there are some departments that have deputy directors, there's some that have managers, there's some that don't have any, there's some that have assistants. And so there's a lot of gray area there in terms of figuring out, you know, how you would want to delineate those positions. So we would need some guidance if that's something you're wanting to look at. But in the big scheme, it's not, you know, comparative to the million, I think it's $1,040,000 total. The 80,000 really is not that impressive in terms of savings.
And it's just that, because I remember a different figure when we were talking about this before.
Yeah, so the way
it was 111, I remembered.
So it's 111 if all lead team positions were full, and that's basically either taking the lead team current salaries plus benefits, and then the budget for the positions that are vacant, we took the budgeted salary plus benefits, and got to 111 if they were all full. But it's unlikely that, you know, those 7 would be full. So.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Boyles, in terms of Councilor Hill's thoughts about, is there an income group like, you know, below 75,000? I don't know, but is there something there that makes sense in terms of a targeted increase?
I think that we could look at somewhat of an average of the manager level. As we conversed before, even some of our departments don't even have managers, but we can compare to what would be the equivalent and look at what that annual salary would be. You know, I'm picking a number here, but probably in this 75,000 range. And we could put together the numbers of what both a 2 and 3 and 4% increase would cost. If that sounds like the direction.
I don't know what other counselors think.
I would be interested in that I do also get a little bit worried about that, you know, staff morale of people who have been working incredibly hard for this last year in particular, that then people don't
I'm a only asking about just to understand what are the differences, because I mean, I certainly have this 2% COLA as a priority for me, given the revenue changes that we've seen over the last week. It's like kind of one of the first things I think that we should be doing, given what all the other localities are doing in our immediate vicinity, as well as what the schools are doing. So I don't want to take away from that. I'm just a curiosity point just to understand where some of the big changes might come from if we have to make some tougher decisions around this.
I mean, I would rather look at, if we are looking at doing something like that, saying that under a certain amount of money, we offer a 2% raise, and over a certain amount of money, we're offering a 1% raise. So that we're at least acknowledging that we do value everybody in the organization, but that we are hitting some financial difficulties, and we want to make sure to still offer a COLA to everyone.
So the only other thing I would add is if we talk about different income levels in terms of who to offer the COLA to and who not, if you do varying levels on, or even leave out some, that does contribute to the compression issue. When you move everybody the same percent, it doesn't change the compression. It doesn't fix it, but it doesn't change it. If we start slicing and dicing by income, then that does add to the compression issue, which on the back end, then as we start with the comp study, that kind of is going to add a whole nother layer to that to kind of address. Just food for thought. Again, we're happy to run some numbers and look at these scenarios, but just food for thought on the compression issue.
But it's been, so since I've been very aware of these, compression issues and been asking a lot of questions for years now, the compression issue is never not going to be a factor. And we know that it's highly unlikely that the issues are at that top level. They are lower in the organization. There may be some directors who are not making, compared to other directors. And we know who those, people are that they were pointed out, before, and that may need an increase based on that. And then even now, we are still at the point where bringing on the deputy directors, if that is something that, Mr. Boyles wished to continue, moving forward. So I think that somebody brought that piece up. But I spent a lot of time studying other localities, reading about this, because this came up with the $15 an hour and was used to not move towards that base wage. So you spent a lot of time on that. And everyone who tries to fix salary issues within organizations, governments, businesses, they run into this where they have to at some point make a decision, a starting point for how to resolve the issues. And it's usually done in tiers. So I don't think at some point we're going to have to make a hard decision. And again, even just thinking about that, it's been pretty clear that at that level, people are paid pretty well. And this is not to say anyone's worth. This is just talking about that the decision was being made to not give anyone a COLA, and how can we make sure that the employees who are the least paid don't have to go through that a year. And that's the only motivation for this conversation.
Mayor and Council, if I can ask too, one of the general questions then is that we would want it to run numbers still in the same general total dollar amount, but just try to be able to provide a higher increase percentage-wise at some of the lower level salaries. In other words, you aren't really asking us to look at increasing the total amount, give or take some, but just how it's divided up.
I mean, that's one of the things that, I'm saying. I'm also, asking that, I like Councilor Vice Mayor McGill's idea about the tiers there. I know where we're at in this cycle, but we often run into the conversation where we're talking about, is there enough time to do something? I just feel like we're not always, looking at all the factors that we have to consider when we, make the decision. So I just think even just presenting us with, the option that you are saying, staying within the dollar amount, what does that provide? Even the extra 110, because those positions are still open. So that should still be factored in, whether, and what does that offer? How are we able to move it up a percentage point by saving that? I'd be interested in that.
Okay, we can run those numbers for you.
Yeah, I just have a really hard. COLAs are costs of living. And so excluding, and I do understand that we want to be giving people who are at their lowest pay grade, definitely who are struggling. But, we also have people who are on our higher pay grades who are single parents, or, I just, even if it is about cost efficiency, not being able to do something for everyone is going to make some people feel undervalued. And I don't want to send that message to any of our staff who have been working so hard. Because so many people have been keeping the ship afloat through COVID and have given up vacation time and have put the city first. And so I don't want to unintentionally send that message that we aren't grateful for that.
A couple other comments, questions. One is last budget work session, there's the adjustments from the VPOL tax, as well as around $300,000 of reductions in the police department budget through the mobile data units and the crossing guard position. That total amount of money is still unallocated, correct?
That's the 1.2.
Right.
Yep. Yes.
And second question, be happy to follow up by email as well, as I know we've gotten some questions about the schools had ended their $300,000 contract with the police department for school resource officers. Are the reduction of 3 full-time employees, does that reflect that change in the contract that the schools had with the CPD, or just where is that, has that already shown up in the budget in terms of potential savings in that area?
So I'm not sure if the chief is on and wants to speak to that. Vaguely, the $300,000 that came from the schools, those officers have been redeployed. But we also unfunded 2 positions with this budget that's already been accounted for in the proposed budget.
Right. So I guess that's really the question I have, is whether the 3 total positions now at this point are reflective of that change and sort of readjusting, what employees are doing what. And the other question is our last work session about the Vibrant Communities Fund. I'd raised FAR, legal aid, as well as the drug court in the therapeutic docket as areas to prioritize trying to restore some funding. Will that be at our next work session that we'll start to get into more details of whether that will be through readjusting sort of what nonprofits are in what tier, or if we want to put more money into the Vibrant Community Fund, and just sort of what the timeline will be for us working out what we're going to do with those funding levels, because I think there seemed to be consensus that they're going to be reoriented at least somewhat.
I do think we've got a couple of options there, and referenced it in the memo earlier today too, is that we can certainly do that. You know, we can take a look at the Vibrant Community Fund, add some, take some away so that we get back to a balance. The other thing which I believe that the city did with some of its CARES money in the previous federal round was, and what we could do here too is as we know the dollar amounts coming with the American Recovery Fund, we could open these up, applications up in some manner, not a full application period, but we could review the current Vibrant Community Fund. We could even open up to some additional applications for the new American Recovery Funds. To me, that's a very good way to do it because these funds will not be coming to us on a recurring basis. So funding our nonprofit partners with this, I think makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, it would take a little while for us to work through the details of what that would look like, but we could either go that route or in an upcoming work session, begin to look at adding some funds to the applicants for the current Vibrant Community Round, and then just taking away from others so that it balances.
Right. No, and that's something I've definitely been wondering about. Is we obviously know there's going to be a substantial amount of money coming from the new stimulus bill. As was mentioned, we don't know the exact amount or the exact use requirements, but we know it's going to be coming. And so if there's any way we can sort of be smart about our budget and sort of figuring out the timeline of some things that may be more immediate needs, and covering those, knowing that some money is going to be available to fulfill, and it may have to be through an amendment after the budget is formally adopted, but we know it's going to be able to be funded, and just figuring out, are there timelines for some of these things where if we're able to fund it through amendment later on, it's not going to have an impact on that versus maybe there's some things that we fund immediately before the budget deadline versus things that could wait until the amendment afterwards, if that makes sense. And I know we don't know what that will look like, but it seems like there may be a lot of things to figure out there.
Yeah, and we are, and I would just add, we're working on 3 separate variables. The final amount of the ARP money and the restrictions, the final amount of what our FY21 budget will end up with, and then we'll have better estimates also for our BPOL and other revenue sources for FY22. So I think that coming back and amending the FY22 budget fairly quickly, we will have much more and much more accurate information to then be able to designate those funds where it's most appropriate.
Right, and I guess I'm just curious, what areas of the budget will there have the least impact on sort of operations or the program for it to be funded through an amendment later on? Not like, I'm sure that may vary, like when it comes to nonprofit funding, it may vary nonprofit to nonprofit, sort of how, even if it's relatively quick where there's an amendment done after the budget's formally adopted, just the impact on operations, and just timing that to be as most effective as possible. But again, I guess I would just reiterate what I already said at some of the previous work sessions. Definitely a priority to figure out how we can fund FAR, drug court, mental health docket, and update the Vibrant Community Fund there. And with that little under $500,000 that there now is available through reductions in the police department budget that there's been, is certainly, trying to target to that towards criminal justice reforms, whether it be the therapeutic docket, drug court, or funding at some level, Guns Down Inc. Because as was mentioned, we've already experienced a historic rise in gun violence. We know as we approach the spring and the summer that it will likely rise again without intervention. So I just see maybe there's some opportunities there in that money that's been freed up to allocate directly towards criminal justice reform efforts or community efforts of some kind, And then as we start to get the stimulus money, for me, the top priorities again being funding in the CAF. I think there's a lot of one-time expenditures there, and figuring out if there's a way that we can, even if indirectly because of this new money, support some of these housing positions, particularly around evictions and the climate action position. So we've sort of already done it, but I guess it would still be useful for us as a council to maybe even fully rank priorities that maybe can't be funded until that stimulus money is available, but we sort of rank it so as soon as it comes in, we know right away what we're ready to fund through amendments to the budget.
I think what Mr. Boyle shared with us earlier today is a good starting point for if we each can kind of take that exercise and do that and provide that individually to him to compile and his team.
Thank you. I was just about to say that was my hopes that what I was able to send later this afternoon for you to take a look at would be able to get you started on that same path, even if it were exchanging some of those that I recommended with something else. And if it doesn't have a dollar figure associated with it, we can certainly get you some type of estimate. But that was the goal, was to get you started on that path.
Right. And no, and I think that definitely makes sense. And, it's just sort of a weird situation where we know there's money going to be available, but it's not quite here yet.
Chief Brackney, we couldn't hear you when you spoke. Sorry.
Well, I think the chief's trying to get.
Yeah, I couldn't hear her when she spoke.
As she's getting set up.
Switching to headphones.
Just
yeah.
Real quick on the agencies that you're speaking of, Councilor Payne. As part of that work session last week, we received a list of some potential agencies that you wanted to look at and that Mayor Walker wanted to look at, but you were the only two that we had that spoke up and mentioned specific agencies. So we didn't compile a full list of here's how much the difference between 21 versus 22 and what they're asked for in 22 versus what they received. We can definitely compile an unfunded, a fully complete unfunded agency list if you like to present that to council, but I didn't know if you wanted to follow up with specific, agencies, we can do that and look at those later. And just also to point out, as Mr. Boyles was saying, the American Recovery Funds are a good option for this type of thing, because the way we have changed the nonprofit funding process, next year's funding will not be based on what they got this year. So if we give it truly would be a one-time funding increase, if you will, in this pot. And so next year we will come back and we will look at the overall amount available to be distributed amongst agencies. But again, as they go through the ranking and review process, whatever that may look like, because I know we're going to have some further discussions in May about what that process looks like, will be, it won't affect us the way, where we have to do everything you add, you have to take away when it comes to those agencies. If we're looking at a separate set of one-time funding outside of the 22 budget process. And the last piece I will add, you were talking about the timing of when we can get that to the nonprofits. Just as a reminder, as of right now, this budget that you're going to pass in April, the nonprofits won't see the first dollar of that until probably the second week of July anyway, because that budget doesn't start until July 1. And by the time the checks are processed and sent through the mail and all that, it could be the second week of July anyway. So I think we'll know enough with this federal dollars by that time to be able to work that in so that the timing wouldn't necessarily affect their the fiscal year 22 allocations starting in July. We should be able to get everything worked in to be able to get that out around the same time as these other agency payments.
And Chief Brackney, if you want to, I guess you're responding to Councilor Payne.
Yes, so thank you, and thank you for the discussion. Just as a point of clarity, and I don't think most people understand, the school resource officers were not hired or not part of Charlottesville City Schools staff. They are actually police officers who have additional duties and responsibilities within the schools. So it's not like we go out and hire a school resource officer and then add them. So just as a point of clarity, the schools paid back through the city. So the city funds that, and then part of their security measures, they then pay it back to the city, and that's applied as revenue towards the CPD budget, in which those officers are part of that. So last year, the schools paid $301,231 to the city for police services. More specifically, what that was supposed to cover was 2 SRO officers, 1 CSO officer, and 1 school crossing guard, and half the cost of a supervisor to coordinate all of those efforts. However, for the past, I believe, 3 to 4 years, we have actually provided much more than that 300,000. An example of that is they actually got 5 school resource officers, 1 CSO, and 7 crossing guards, as well as a part-time supervisor and sergeant. Even during the time when the schools were out, we continued to use that and draw down on those funds to pay the school crossing guards, even though the administration had told us, not the CCS administration, that the prior administration had said we should not be paying them. They weren't working and they couldn't telework. We said that money was available. They were employees. They were very low paid, permanent part-times, and they were valued. So we kept them on the payrolls through the entire time, even up until the time they went back to work, and they did not miss their checks as a result of that. So coming back in, our budget has been adjusted for the actual amount of $55,000 that will be reduced from our budget strictly for the school resource officers, for the school crossing guards, which you should also note is even though that was for the salary and benefits at $301,000, our budget absorbed all of their equipment, their training, and any other cost associated with keeping them in place. So of the 300,000, I'm sure Chrissy could give you the numbers, but the monies that the cost of services they received were probably closer to $900,000 in cost, benefits, and things like that for the type of services they received. But that 55,000 has been reduced from our budget, and we will no longer have that as a revenue. As I've always said, that we should never count on any CPD services as a revenue generator at all. And if that was the city's plan, we needed to create a different plan in terms of response for that. And the mobile data terminals, again, that was CIP cash funded budget in which CPD is the one who took the initiative to find ways to reduce costs to the city as part of our proactive searching out, looking for mobile data terminals. And just as a point, another clarity, the MDTs are not just computers that we just want to give out to people. It has often been characterized just giving police computers and that they everyone gets a new one and it's a new computer. Our computers now are 5 years at least old, and they're not new, and they're not even software compatible. And this is the basic equipment that they use for every single thing, including taking reports, taking through the 911 calls, all the CAT dispatching, running warrants, license plates, anything of that nature all goes through this computer, and it's a tough book. It's not like this Mac or this Dell. It's this clunky computer thing that they carry with them. So just to clarify, it's not a luxury item or an accessory like it has been characterized by several people, even through community comments. I hope that answers your questions, Councilor Plain, and provides a little bit of clarity. And those officers were absorbed back in when we divested from the school resource officers. They're out on patrol as regular patrol because they do count as our FTEs towards our total FTE amounts, in which we did have 2 positions unfunded this year, as well as 2 last year. So we've been unfunding by at least 2 positions for the last 2 years, as we do with our resources. I'm trying to be more judicious and meeting the needs and the service delivery model that this community has asked for.
No, I that answered, I guess what I'm trying to, it's basically like a position does not necessarily, one position doesn't equal one employee. An employee can cover multiple positions. Is that sort of what?
Right. So, a job description, just it's a one full-time equivalent, an FTE, who's a sworn officer who does lots of or multiple jobs, like the majority of us here, right? Lots of other jobs with just a title associated with it.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Chief Barton.
Thank you.
One of the things I thought about earlier, with Vice Mayor McGill comments, it brought me back to the CAT temporary employees. I just thought about that. I wrote that note down. We know that we can't increase every employee in the city to full-time at the same time, the temporary employees, even though there's a need for temporary employees. And so someone made the decision, and I'm assuming that it's based on that there's currently funding for CAT, for temporary, for those employees with CAT, but there are other employees who are temporary, who are serving the city, who you heard most of the public comment in the first half, would need them to be employed, now re-employed because they were fired, to start those services back up. So I think that's a very good example for how the COLA or anything like that, at some point, once we get this compensation study or something there, I think it's how we talk to the employees about what we're trying to do and create a more equitable and just organization, just like we're trying to create a more equitable and just community. And it would be ideal if we could do all of those things at the same time. I have continuously talked about temporary employees. I resigned because I didn't think what happened to them was fair, but I haven't once said that, oh no, why CAT and not Parks and Rec? Because I understand that we're not going to be able to do everyone at once, even though I know that there are employees in other departments, not just CAT and not just Parks and Rec, who have been temporary for far too long. And I know some of you will remember, but when I started coming to council about this, there was a gentleman from years ago, before I was ever on council, who came, I think from Public Works or Utilities, who said he had been for a temporary employee for over 20 years. So just to think about what, that it's all, that it affects a lot of different departments here. So I had that thought, and I just wanted to put that out there. I do, so back to just to make sure that my list from the Vibrant Community Fund. So two things, I made the recommendation the other day because I just think it's just healthy financial practices, that because this is one-time funding, I know I don't really understand that well, but I know it. I hear you all, but I think that something different can happen at times, but I got it the last few years. And that was based on the surplus, not the CARES or the Recovery Act, because it was a surplus every year. But I do think that we need to make decisions based on if that money wasn't coming. So I know it's harder to go through this Vibrant Community recommendations and kind of have that full discussion, but I think we need to do that because this is going to be on record and what we get next year. And then I think with the additional funding, that's another conversation about what is left after that conversation. So I would just implore us to spend that time, which is not going to be easy, in making sure that this is right as if there's no other funding. And then to go through the list of if there's additional funding, just like we would do regularly with like surplus dollars or something else, what we would want to fund. But I have on my list again, I'm interested, and I haven't been able to reach out to Sunshine, but I want to make sure that his proposals in here for PHA, if they're aligned with all the money that we are investing in building, giving them for housing initiatives, if they are saying they need this to make that successful, we don't want to waste those millions. So that's just a thought there that I had that I didn't say the last time. But the Bridge Ministries, Abundant Life, Creciendo Juntos, Georgia Friends House, I think that's the same conversation. They haven't been on advocating, but if people are needing somewhere to go to stabilize, especially individuals suffering from substance abuse issues, that's just, they need those places. So I don't, maybe it's some more conversations with them, but they're on my list. Legal aid, I just mentioned PHA, CRHA, FAR, Conscious Capitalist. I know this list is long. Sembreas, that's my list. But those are ones, and if I had to pick like a top 5 out of those, for me, it would be the CRHA and FAR, Bridge Ministries, Crecimiento Juntos, Sembreas, and legal aid would be somewhere there. So 6. Okay.
Well, maybe I was going to, but didn't, but we'll follow up with an email and maybe we can, as council, go through it on email, because it sounds like we know we want to make adjustments. There's so much to for us to figure out exactly how it lines up.
And what I can do to kind of help, maybe help focus the discussions, I can, I know there was some discussion tonight as part of the public hearing about reductions from prior years. So I can send a list, that shows the amounts, the agencies that requested funding that did see reductions in this year, and then send the overall unfunded, how much was unfunded for the other agencies as well. Kind of give it almost 2 parts, like the total unfunded list for every agency, so that you can have that in front of you. Because like I said, I think it was about 1.3 million total between all of the agencies. And then also, just as a point of reference, any of those agencies that received some funding last year but received a reduced amount in the current fiscal year, provide that list as well to help maybe focus those discussions, because I feel like there was 2 different conversations that were happening around some of those potential agencies. If that would help, I'm happy to be able to break that down that way.
Yeah, and is that, because I think there could, if there was funding recommendations, if we could level them to last year, like, is that a possible option, and then use some of that remaining funding? I mean, that is something that I don't know.
Right. That was that first list I was referring to, that those agencies that received reductions from last year, what it would cost to level fund those, and then also I don't want to
but even
leave
those
anybody out. So
more, those who receive more for this year.
I mean, I can look through all. I mean, that would. Yeah, I mean, it's in the. The easiest way to look at it is it's in the by agency. It's in the budget document.
Oh no, I have it. I just didn't know if that was something that council wanted as a whole. Yeah. And then I'm really interested, because I brought it up last year at City Space, but the making sure that those scholarships, that we are meeting our needs there. It may seem like a little thing, but we talked about it last year, and it's here again presenting itself. And if we can at least make a decision on that, I think that would be, one correction that's already, this would be the 3rd year now that.
So Mayor Walker, just for clarification, with this list that Ryan's going to send, is the exercise here to look at reallocating, but not adding any new money, right? So the total for the VCF would be the same. You just may take some from one and add to another, or is the exercise here to look and see about adding additional money to VCF?
I think what my recommendation to my colleagues would be that I think we need to look within the vibrant communities and only work from there. And then once we get the rescue recovery funding, that we should look at that for additional dollars. But I think it's important for us to go through this process and just allocate from this process as if there was no additional money. But that's just how my brain works, and it doesn't work.
And I think with that, in doing it that way, I think the easiest, and I hate going, I'm not sure there's a better way to do this. I'll think about this, but would be going through, having a list of here are the agencies we're interested in, and essentially going through a yay or nay exercise of, are we going to provide additional funding for them? Because when we get to that point, if we're staying within that same pot of funds, then that means, say, the exemplary essential group that's at 95% goes down to 92%. Like, doing that is just a math exercise of saying, okay, we have heard these 6 agencies and the total increase is $135,000. And in order to get that, it's a simple math exercise of saying you take this down to 92% and this group down to 71. I mean, that would be the simplest and easiest way to do that, across looking at it in that way. So I wouldn't, that would be.
I know, and that's why I said I know it's going to be a challenging process. What I'm seeing is, and someone spoke about it, is how they submitted for the same service and was essential last year, but this year they are in, important, or someone with the same ranking received more funding, even though it was the same, essential and important. I think that's an important conversation to have. And if it's not, then, and we are only talking about how we're going to resolve that for next year and make sure that that doesn't happen again. And I think this is where I'm gonna pitch again, because I can't help it, but where I think the solution and measurements piece comes in, because if we have a dedicated staff person to evaluate this, process, and it will work better. And so I think we'll spend less time with, because we all have the intentions of doing good work and serving the community well and wanting that to work out. But I think what we don't have is that very technical piece of someone who is measuring what's coming in and what the outcomes are, what are our priorities, and how to, and I know it's not a perfect science to that, and we will add, but I think someone who can create that system is something that we really need.
Sure. And I want to point out, sorry, Councilor Hill, just one thing with the making these agency decisions and the other decisions. We really are getting to the back half of our public meetings. We are down to 2 work sessions. One is on the CIP, which we have not really discussed after the budget's been proposed. I know we've had exhaustive discussions leading up to the budget, but now that the proposed budget is out, we have not had those discussions. And so I'm not sure how much time there would be on top of that work session for this type of an agency discussion. And so just to point out that leaves just that final work session, unless you were to make the next public hearing a working meeting where you're going through and making decisions like that. I mean, we really are starting to be limited in our opportunities to have these types of discussions.
Yeah, I agree. Like the measurements, I agree that having that person that's very data driven and focusing on this moving forward is so important. And I also feel that I want to be able to support additional agencies in this process, but I am very hesitant to completely railroad the process that's been followed by a lot of people and volunteering their time over many months to just evaluate this with a process that council did approve, to just totally upend this. Because at that point, I don't even want us to be engaging people's time if we're not going to be able to take the output that they've uncovered. And so I can understand tweaking some things if we have to stay with that dollar amount, but I'm more of the philosophy that we should, largely stick to what these recommendations are and acknowledge that we have other organizations that we want to fund. We know we're going to have additional one-time dollars that will be available through the American Relief Program, and that we identify those priorities and know that we're going to be acting on those soon after this budget is over.
But I would say one more agenda item too, but I would say where I'm at is my goal is perhaps similar to last year in terms of, making some, adjustments to some of the specific agencies, but not going over the entire thing all over again or anything like that. Just sort of like last year, acknowledging that we sort of want to follow the process, but we acknowledge that the process is not perfect. And, it still hasn't been fully updated to what the beginning goal was. So just identifying some of what those specific changes are. And I would even, perhaps be open to may not be a possibility given the other funding priorities, but if, some of this additional money that's been freed up, if it would at least entertaining the idea of maybe it would make sense to put some of that into Vibrant Community Fund. But anyway, and I certainly understand the goal of both Vibrant Community Fund and elsewhere for looking to make the immediate adjustments now and then sort of earmarking something as a top priority we know is going to be there as soon as the stimulus money comes in, if that makes sense. But I'm not looking to upend the whole thing, but just make some changes to specific agencies.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions?
And actually, I'll say one last thing too, to Councilor Payne's point. If we're looking to just tweak a few agencies, what would be helpful is if council could send staff the agencies that they would be interested in, because we've heard from Councilor Payne and from Councilor Walker, but you can do this via email, and then we can come back with a list of here's the consensus agencies that have been brought up, or just these are the ones that there was a consensus of 3 or more counselors that they wanted to tweak, and here are the other ones that other counselors mentioned, just not to ignore not look at the other agencies you want to do, but focus on those ones where there is that consensus among 3 or more of you to make some sort of an adjustment, and then also bring up the rest of those 8 agencies that may have come from council to potentially look at that same time. That could potentially save us time and not have to go through an exhaustive list of everything that has been not funded in FY22.
That makes sense to me. And final thing I would just say for the public is, it's definitely a strange situation because of the stimulus money. But I think it also means just because something is not funded right now doesn't mean that it can't or won't be funded through amendment once the stimulus money comes in.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
So I'm sorry, but can we circle back to this merit issue? And just as the person who probably will end up doing this analysis, I'm not sure what to do. I know that we've talked about looking at perhaps some different levels. I'm not clear. Are we looking to see what we can do with the 111,000, which would basically just be lead team? Because if we look at that, I mean, roughly, as we said, that's only 27 positions. 1% is give or take 500,000 or less. So I'm not clear on what analysis you want. And I just want to make sure that we address your issues.
And I think that Mr. Bulls came back and said there were some ideas that y'all will present. And I mean, it may just be what has been presented that we, go with. I just think it's definitely worth having, and that the conversations, again, while I know we're in budget season and things are pretty hectic, we will have these same discussions in just a short while about the compensation study and those, issues that are going to come up. So it's really just putting in some work in advance.
Okay. So Chip, are you good
Yep.
on what we're supposed to do?
Yep, I think I've got a couple of scenarios in mind that we can run, and we're able to come back to council and we'll give them a point that I think they can move from.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And just want to, on record, I sent Mr. Divers the email today about the chat program and the elderly and disabled real estate fund, and he's going to get back to us. So I don't have the information for that, but I will be talking about that, and I'll probably comment just the report that's coming up next. I hope we all see why that's important to do something with. So this will move to the April 5th meeting, and we have we'll have a formal public hearing at that meeting, and we'll have the budget calendar. We have a couple sessions, 2 sessions, I think, before then. And Ange, the public hearing has already closed, but just after the next report, we'll have the second matters by the public. All right, so next up, we have the city assessor and the property assessments for presentation.
Good evening. I wanted to provide an overview of the 2021 reassessment. As you know, the assessor's office is required by city code to assess properties on an annual basis. Our goal is to provide an unbiased opinion of market value based on relevant sales information. It's often a common misconception that we're only out to raise assessments. This year, reassessment notices were mailed at the end of January, and that appeal period ended at the end of February, which we are currently working through appeals. We received 129 administrative appeals this year, which is substantially lower than 2019, 2020. I would ask Brian to put up the first slide. This shows the 2020 final assessment statistics that, and this document is not in the report that I gave you at the end of January. This is one that I prepare after the Board of Equalization meets, which will be at toward the end of May this year. This shows the total number of administrative and Board of Equalization appeals that took place in 2020. There were 181 administrative appeals and 20 Board of Equalization appeals. The assessment change from those appeals for 2020 was $17,854,400, which relates to $169,617 of actual revenue. So between the administrative appeals and the Board of Equalization appeals, that's how many the dollar amount of changes that we made, which is a very small percentage of the actual increase that took place for that year. I'll prepare another one of these at the end of our reassessment Board of Equalization hearing this year. Brian, if we could also next go to the next slide. This is 2019 assessment statistics, which again was very close to the 2020 assessments as far as the number of appeals. We had 188 administrative appeals and 15 Board of Equalization appeals with $15,409,000 worth of assessment change. Now for this year, we're at 129 appeals, which is again somewhat lower than what we've seen the past 2 years. However, some of those appeals are commercial appeals, and I do expect the assessment change number to be somewhat higher than it has the past 2 years, just simply because we're dealing with higher value properties when we look at commercial appeals. In 2020, the residential market remained strong, as you can see with this Exhibit 1. This was, I think this was due mostly to historically low interest rates and a very limited supply of housing that was for sale. So under the residential column there, you can see our revised, this says revised values 2020. That was our base that we worked with after appeals last year. So we have residential and we have commercial. And those two bases totaled $8,185,229,600 was the total base after appeals last year. As we move down the columns, the residential reassessment was 4.2%, just strictly appreciation in residential properties. We actually saw a decrease in commercial properties of 0.19%. When those two were totaled together, that was the overall change of 2.29% for the general reassessment. We add in new construction for residential, which was at $38 million, and 42 for commercial. Then those percentages are totaled together for a little less than 1% for new construction for 2020. As you move further down, we have some reclassifications. That's properties that go from taxable to non-taxable. You also have properties that sometime are merged together or actually even done away with. But the total, after all of the changes from the general reassessment and new construction and reclassifications, we ended up with a 3.28% increase in assessments for the entire city. Does anyone have any questions about this? Okay, we can move on to the next exhibit, if you would, Brian. This exhibit 4 shows assessment trends over a 10-year period. And as I said earlier, that there's a misconception that we just go out and raise assessments. And as you can see, in 2012, there was a decrease in assessments and very, very minor increases in both 11 and 13. However, the market has picked up since that time. So we have to reflect that with the reassessments. And for 2021, it actually was less than what we've seen in recent years due to the fact that the commercial properties, commercial property appraisals really weighed heavily on the overall percentage increase. Commercial properties represent about 43% of the overall tax base. When you have that large of a percentage going down, that's going to impact the overall change of assessment quite a bit. And then Exhibit 5, if you would.
I have a question. So the commercial property value at that 43% impacts the residential property too?
No, that's just commercial. That's
okay.
Just commercial.
Okay. And then could you talk a little bit about what drives an increase or decrease?
The sale, we look at sales. So we monitor sales per neighborhood to look and see what properties are selling for. And it's directly interactions between buyers and sellers that change assessments. Houses that would sell for, one price in 2019, we're selling for on average 4.2% more in 2020. And so that our assessments reflect that. I think you also mentioned about a report that you saw that the Charlottesville Association of Realtors put out about market data, market statistics, and the days on the market are way down, and the number of houses that are available for sale, that number is also way down. So that tends to, again, with low interest rate, that tends to drive property values up. With the commercial market, we had a bad year with certain segments, especially hotels, retail, saw declines, and they were the largest. We had to make reductions for those, so they saw that was the reason for the overall decrease in commercial assessments. And I think we probably will be looking at, very well could be looking at further reductions next year. It just depends on how quickly things can rebound from the pandemic. This exhibit shows the assessed value, the overall assessed value gain less the decrease by appeals per year. So for this reassessment, we had 268,177,000 $100,000 of overall gain. And we've yet to complete the appeal period, so we don't know what the number is going to be to lessen that value. In 2020, we had $552,000, $552 million in gain, and we gave back $17,894,000. So this again just goes back for the 10-year period, showing assessment increases and then how much was given back on appeal.
And I just wanted to note that that number in 2017, I know you have some footnotes on there, is because there was just a change in the way that this process was done. I just remember that getting a lot of attention at the time, and obviously when you see a number that's that out of whack, I just thought it's worth commenting on.
2017 was an unusual year for sure. The commercial assessments went up almost 29% that year. So yeah, it was a great deal of increase, and we had a lot of changes, as you see as well. New construction is shown in the next table, the next chart, the amount of new construction that we've assessed on an annual basis since 2011. And 2019 was kind of an unusual year. We had a lot more than, not a lot more than you usually do.
So I have a question, and let me get it together in my head. But it says like 2001 average assessed value. So does market drive the assessed value for new construction? Like the market rate that properties are selling for? I don't know if I'm asking that right, but because then does that changes the assessed value for the older properties?
Well, in a residential situation, if you have a vacant lot and someone's building a house on that, we're going to look and see how we assess the house next door to it. And if it's a very similar house, or if it's the same house, then we should have the exact same value on that new house that's built, given any differences for size or any other kind of attributes that might have additional bathrooms or things like that. But so it is a market-driven assessment, even on new construction. That's a little bit different when it comes to commercial properties. Commercial properties are more individual than that. You can't look just next door and find the exact same commercial property as what's being built. So we have a cost estimator that's built into our software, and we can estimate the cost based on the size of the building, the construction materials, and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for residential, it is a market-driven base for new construction.
So what happens in a circumstance like the Dairy Central project that's both commercial and residential, and how is that assessed? How does that assessment happen?
Well, those they're residential, but they're apartments, and so that property will be based on, their assessment will be based on the income that's generated from renting the apartments for those units.
And then the commercial space with the restaurants and all that, is that based on just that area?
That's going to be based on, it will be also based on the income, how much income it generates. And so it's valued using an income approach.
So the assessment is based on rents. So what does that do to the surrounding neighborhoods?
I don't think, well, I think in general, if you're talking about like the Dairy Central complex or what's built there, it doesn't really have an impact on that property doesn't have an impact on the residential neighborhood next door. But what happens is that the fact that this commercial business is there, and it may become, I mean, it's going to become popular. It could bring interest into the area, which would make houses start selling for more and property values go up. But We wouldn't use the same methodology to assess the commercial property there as we would the residential property. But I think anytime you have activity in an area, it's going to bring some change, and it's kind of a revitalization like this Dairy Central. It's going to bring interest, and it very likely could bring change to the residential market.
Okay. Thank you.
Exhibit 6 is kind of a overall chart showing price ranges and the number of properties in each price range. If you look on the left, it has 50 to 99,000, 100 to 149,000. So, and if you look just over from that, for the 100 to 149,000, there's 723 properties that are assessed in that price range. And the total assessed value is $92,279,000. 180 of those properties are vacant land, and the assessed values of the vacant land is $21,690,000. And then the remainder are improved, 543 parcels, and the total value on those is $70,588,900. So in each delineation here, 150 to 199, 200 to 249, it goes all the way down into $1 million. It gives you a breakdown of how many properties are in that price range, the total value, and it does the same with the commercial properties as well.
Mm-hmm.
And exempt, tax exempt properties. We have to assess those just as we do the taxable real estate.
And what's in that, just that category? Is that the school's UVA, some property, just?
It's the city properties, it's UVA properties, it's church properties, any number of properties that have been designated as tax exempt. And then we have the final taxable parcels, the total residential value, average assessed value, excuse me, and the total parcel count. There are 13,352 residential properties, 1,796 commercial, for a total of 15,148 total properties. And then we have the same with exempt properties, 461 parcels.
Mm.
Going forward, I think that everything is in place for the market to remain strong for this year with low interest rates. I understand that they're supposed to remain low through 2022. So, I mean, I can't actually absolutely say that the market will be strong, but everything is still in place that was there last year to see that the residential market is improving. And as far as the commercial property, I think that it's still going to be kind of wait and see. I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's it could be a small decrease or a small increase, but I think it's going to remain somewhere close to where it is today.
Okay. And I just have one more question. So the on the exhibit 2 of the 5-year assessment history, like some of these drivers, like the 51.94% for Stonehenge extended, but then there was some smaller ones like Angers Road, 8.29%. That just for those increases, Ivy Terrace, Burnett Commons, Forest Hills increased by 5.35%. Walker Square condos, are they increasing based on the sales?
Correct.
Okay.
In that neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Counselors, any questions?
Just two comments. One, it may not be an answer tonight, but I've always just been curious about how in the assessments, how the value of the land is calculated. I could certainly be wrong, but it's always just struck me that the land seems to be undervalued and is really driving the total value that's being assigned to properties, just because of our limited land supply seems to really be driving a lot of these dynamics. That could be wrong. I only bring it up just because this past General Assembly session, as I mentioned earlier, there are a few localities that have gotten authority to do split roll property taxes where they can have a different tax rate for the land piece as opposed to the property piece. So I've just always been a little curious about that methodology.
I think you're right. I think over time, the land values have been somewhat low in the city, and we've made that, we've concentrated on trying to get those values up to a more reasonable level. It's very hard when you're in an older, if you're looking at residential values in an older subdivision that's built out where there's no longer any vacant lots available. You have to kind of guess as to what a lot is worth, because you have no lot sales to compare it to. One rule of thumb usually with residential property that you can look at is you want the land value to represent between, in general, 25 and 30% on a single family home. The 25% or 25 to 30% should be the land value of the overall value. So if the overall property value is $400,000, the lot should represent about 100,000 of that, just as a kind of a rule of thumb. But you do have lot values in some areas that will give you an indication of what land is worth, and it varies per neighborhood as to what we assign on the lot values.
Right, and it seems like we're definitely not the only locality in Virginia who has some of those difficulties, but definitely seems to be there. And then the second comment is just, looking at these, my mind just goes, imagine if we had the ability to adjust the real estate tax based on the value of the assessed lot. So in other words, someone brought up, a real estate tax of $1.40. Imagine if we were able to have that rate for just the top 5% of the highest assessed lots, and then have that tax be lower for lower levels. Seems like that would really strike at the roots of what we need to do. And that's a big lift and requires General Assembly authority, but maybe we shouldn't be afraid to at least begin to dream big and think about what it may mean to advocate for that authority.
Well, as an assessor, we like to not get involved in revenue decisions. We like to steer clear of that and only talk about value. That's what we like to talk about. So I understand what you're saying, but so.
And that's just a thought I had for
right.
council and the community.
Sure.
Counselors, any other questions?
Well, thank you for letting me stay up later tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other business? No. All right. Mr. Willer, we'll open up the matters by the public.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. If you'd like to address council on any topic at this time, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. One person has their hand up at the moment, Ange Khan. Ange, you're back on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I was having technical difficulties earlier. So I wanted to address this budget just a little bit. So I've been listening to the conversation that's taking place. It amazes me that the recommendation that defund made during the summer isn't mildly being considered here. While 60% of the police budget may seem high to y'all, I'm just going to maybe suggest make it 40. I'm going to suggest that lower amount. While there are several community-led resources being developed in the process. You know, y'all have been continuously saying that there isn't money for said project or said initiative, but there really is. It's just that you're refusing to take the initiative to go after it for whatever reason. We have to start really thinking about what safe and thriving communities look like. And that doesn't involve a police presence. It involves the impact of community members and fully funded resources. I do want to know how much money do you actually think it would take to fully fund the agencies that are on the chopping block at this moment? And that's a question. And any one of you can answer.
I don't know the exact amount. I mean, we have the budget, but I haven't went through and added it up. I just have notes on my thoughts about the proposal. So I would have to get back to you if someone from the budget team has that answer.
Yeah, because if it's under, I mean, roughly 10 point some odd million dollars, there's money for it. So whatever it is, I'm certain that it's under $10 million, which is 60% of the police current budget. So I think there is money for whatever whatever's being cut and whatever is currently being underfunded at the moment and in the future. So looking at it from my perspective, and I'm not even sure what the time that I have left, but taking at least 45% would alleviate the conversation of, oh, we can cut this budget now and then we'll look at it a later time, right? Like, why would you even wait for that? Like, people need resources now at this moment. So that's something that I would, recommend you taking consideration of, especially when it hasn't even been considered. And $350,000 is not a lot of money when you're talking about however many school resource officers. That's just a fraction. Like that's not even putting a dent in it. So let's talk about 45%. Thank you.
And I'll just, I just have a quick comment. I know we had the one listening session in, maybe that was July, but at that time we were also having increases in shootings. There were individuals from the communities asking for increased police presence. I think what I have been hoping we do is get the community in that position to where they are able to respond to some more prevention measures. I think we all would like, or at least the people advocating for healthier and safe communities that are not, police, but we are unfortunately just not there yet. If you go back and listen to even the CRHA call with community members, myself, Chief Brackney, and Deputy Chief Mooney or Assistant Chief, I can't keep up with all the, I think it's Assistant Chief Mooney, were the only ones advocating for not to increase the police presence. And so it's, we have a lot of work to do to get there. And it's not as simple as just, and I know people often say she is always advocating for Chief Brackney, which is not what's happening. And Chief Brackney and I have very difficult discussions. This is just about realistically just where we are. So that's what I haven't called for a reduction, because we're talking about basically firing people who at this point, it hasn't been shown that they're less of a need, for, and I hope we get there. So I'll just leave it, leave that comment there.
Mayor Walker, next up is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you're back on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect to come back in and make a comment, but I did want to say about the budget process. I do remember one of the councilors saying that they'd like to see the police budget more transparent and maybe a programmatic way if it couldn't be a line by line item. And that hasn't happened, and it may not happen this budget cycle. But just to let you all know, in case you're not aware of, that one of the things that came out of the General Assembly in regarding civilian review boards is the ability to ask for and review a police budget. And that is something that I'll be advocating for in our new ordinance that we'll be bringing forward to City Council in a few months, is that with operating procedures on how that does, so that next year, as we start the budget cycle, I don't know, October perhaps, things start, coming together, pieces and parts of it. I'm hoping that we have, in our new CRB ordinance, ability to use that enabling legislation so that we can provide, or the CRB, not we, but the CRB can provide to the community a clearer understanding of, staff. Like I heard tonight that some of the SROs, they have other law enforcement duties because they're trained. I mean, they're trained to do their law enforcement tasks in addition to if I understand it correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have any children in the public school system anymore, but certainly education of young people is something that's very important to me. And so I just wanted to say that even though we don't get the transparency this year that I've heard community members ask for, I'm hoping that we will see that as a change next year, so that any of these questions that come up, won't come up at the 11th hour of the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like, because this has come up several times too, for either the finance office or whatever to talk about whether, according to now, if we want to do something different to the budget. But I think this comes back, and Councilor Snook and I was having this comment earlier about, the comment about whether there was a 2-line budget and Chief Brackney refusing to give information. And that's just clearly hasn't been the case. And so I just think that needs to be addressed, because we have to be very careful when we're trying to resolve these issues for, for us to be putting just factual information out there.
Mayor Walker, there are no new hands raised. Ange Khan has raised her hand again.
Yeah, it's just the, and we talked before about it's just one person. I didn't know, was there time left on her previous time?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so, but there'll be some budget work sessions there's one Wednesday, right? Okay.
Wednesday is our community budget forum, which is essentially kind of a repeat of tonight, where the public can come and speak with City Council on issues related to the budget.
And either, Brian, since you're here, Mr. Boyles, can someone address just the transparency comment with the budget?
I can certainly, hopefully address and ask Ryan to fill in where I may be missing. Yes. On the current budget, I know that it has been provided a line item detail of the police budget as proposed for the city manager's recommended budget. I can speak probably more importantly for me into the future is one of our goals is as Ms. Carpenter said, we should begin the budget process in October or so. I think all of council, and I appreciate it very much too, you've heard me very, very well because I've heard you repeat it saying we're immediately starting next year's budget right now. And so we're going to begin working as soon as this budget is approved, and we will have a much more transparent process going into the FY23 budget, so that when we get this far along, we should be a lot closer to finish than what we are this year. But transparency is very, very important. One of the new deputy city managers for admin, that will be one of their first tasks is to take a look and see, what measures we can take. I know I've been and worked in states where the states actually require an online version of line item budgets for a city's departments. So there are means out there, and that's what we want to be looking toward.
Thank you.
And that's for all departments.
Yeah, yes, no, we're not picking on any one department. That will be for every department, yes.
Yeah, we've even had the discussion about the websites where people can just go and pull up, click. And I know that there was efforts to do this in the past, to make sure that there were some, so there has to be a system somewhere, maybe, I don't know, but that this can.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
There are systems out there. We're going to have to see how much it'll cost. I think one of the bigger cost with this is the transfer of data, because you'll be putting a lot of previous data onto it. But some states are now requiring not just your budgets, but your accounting system, so that at the end of every completed month, you can compare what's been spent to the budget.
Yeah. And that was, one of the previous administration. I know that, is it SAP? That was part of discussion when I was having with them about how to resolve that they thought that system was a bit outdated and needed. It's not my area of expertise, and I got enough in here, but you all know. So.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, well, let's adjourn before 11, so we got out at 10 something. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Adjourn.
Thank you.
Night.